Oke. Ya, terbaca WA dari yang itu dong.
Ah, lah,
Ah,
yang lu lah. Santai ya, Bang. Iya lah.
Meja, kursi, itu meja.
Tes, tes. Baik, sebelumnya mohon maaf kepada Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, karena sebentar lagi acara kita akan segera dimulai. Dimohonkan kepada Bapak dan Ibu untuk mengisi meja dan kursi di depan terdahulu. Terima kasih.
Apa yang kamu cari ada di sini semua. Apa yang kamu cari ada di sini.
Cocok tok arah kok.
Tidak khawatir lagi. Tidak akan dapat apa-apa.
Heboh tuh
Dimasukin
ah.
keranjang tidak
Di
akan
luar
dapat
harganya
apa-apa.
berapa?
Etalase satu sayang kakak. Ya, etalase
Panjang
satu
enggak? Iya.
etalase satu. Ini warna
Satu
pink
koma
etalase
sampai
satu.
limuan
Ini
nu
warna pink etalase satu,
Iya.
warna hitam etalase dua. Bonusnya apa aja kita sepil. Yang cowok di etalase nomor 2
Ada, nak.
ya. Yang cowok
Nggak ada model lainnya dah.
dapat yang namanya gantungan. Kakak,
Ada
etalase
model
satu,
lainnya dah.
etalase dua nggak ada bedanya.
Kenapa?
Etalase satu, etalase
Amin,
dua.
suaranya Amin.
Enggak, langsung mulai cuma tes suara dulu. Berdengar enggak?
Ya, Bapak dan Ibu, tamu undangan, sebentar lagi acara akan kita mulai. Dipersilakan untuk Bapak dan Ibu untuk segera mengisi kursi yang kosong terlebih dahulu.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
To begin our events, let's honor our country by singing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Ladies and
Standard
gentlemen,
operational procedures.
please be seated. Padang International Conference on Educational Management and Administration 2025. Padang, Thursday, November 13, 2025 is started. To warm up the ceremony, allow us to recite Antun in Minang language.
Bagai awal pemulai kata, sipatan rundiang pandahuluan. Sambah tak unjak kaundangan, salam tatunggang kanan baanjangan, kaganti bajawek tangan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi rasulillahi ajmain. Amma ba'du. The most honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang will representing by Vice Rector from Academic Student and Alumni Affairs.
The Honorable Distinguished Guest Speaker of the 4 PSEMA 2025, to Miss Professor Rekha Cole, the Deputy Head of School of Education, Cairn University, Australia. To Associate Professor Dr. Muazzam Muhammad, the Deputy Dean, Academic and International, University Utara, Malaysia.
To Professor Nur Hizrah Gistituati MED PhD, Education Administration Department, Universitas Negeri Padang.
And Honorable Dean of Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri.
All Vice Deans of the Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang.
Heads of Department of Educational Administration, Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang.
All participants who attend this conference and those who join online.
Let us express to our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His countless blessings and mercy bestowed upon us.
Peace and blessings be upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Be reciting the salutation. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad.
To welcome all guests, we would like to present traditional dance accompanying by students of Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Padang. Samahandans is a traditional Minangkabau dance performs to welcome honorary guests.
It symbolizes respect, hospitality, and joy of the Minangkabau people. The dance features graceful movement, accompanied by traditional music, and uses a charana as a symbol of guest reception.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy the performance. Sambahan.
Barap ketat. Ini kok.
Seiring balam nanjo barabah. Barabah lalu balam mandi. Seiring salam nanjo sambah. Salam taunja keundangan kami. Ruang sinura, ruang sinuri. Menari-nari di ateh pamatang. Siriang gala pinang manari. Mencalia rombongan. Nan Allah datang. Kalau kamarambah. Di ladang urang koto tuo. Kalau ambo kamanyambah. Ampunlah ambo. Maaf, kami pitokan. Kurang Padang menantang Padang. Sipe ampe. Jika dirantang namuhnya panjang. Elok diputa, indahnya singke. Diambil saja nan paguno. Kaganti salam bajawek tangan. Kami sudahi pasambahan. Next, the word from Chairperson of the Committee of the Padang International Conference on Educational Management and Administration. Dear Mr. Dr. Yulianto Santoso, MPD, the floor is yours.
Before continuing, safety, let's watch the safety.
Standard Operational Procedure Safety Briefing UNP Hotel dan Convention Center. Bersama ini kami dari pengelola gedung menginformasikan kepada hadirin semua sebagai berikut. Ballroom Hospitality Universitas Negeri Padang berkapasitas 500 orang. Berada jarak dari laut pantai 500 meter dan 50 meter dari jalan raya. Gedung ini dilengkapi oleh 1 lift, 6 pintu utama, dan 4 tangga yang berada di sebelah utara dan selatan gedung ini. Bila terjadi keadaan darurat, kami harap kita tetap tenang dan diharapkan keluar melalui pintu utama. Ruangan ini dilengkapi dengan alat pemadam api ringan yang berada di sebelah ruangan ini. Juga dilengkapi oleh fire hydrant dan alarm tanda bahaya. Titik kumpul berada di sebelah utara gedung ini. Demikian kami sampaikan, atas perhatian dan kerjasamanya kami ucapkan terima kasih.
Next, the word from Chairperson of the Committee of Padang International Conference on Educational Management and Administration, dear Mr. Dr. Yulianto Santoso MPD. The floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and greeting of peace to us all. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, and greeting virtue. Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Padang, represent here by the Vice Rector for Academic, Student, and Alumni Affairs, Bapak Profesor Refnaldi, the Dean of Faculty of Education, Profesor Afdal MED Counselor, Vice Dean of Faculty of Education, Associate Professor Dr. Hanif Al-Qadri, the General Chairman of Indonesian Association of Educational Management Administration Study Program, we call in Indonesia APMAPI, Bapak Profesor Imron Arifin, and also Secretary General of APMAPI, Bapak Profesor Suryadi, Honorable Indonesian Association of Educational Management and Administration, for graduates or bachelor, we call in Indonesia is APMAPI, ISMAPI, Bapak Profesor Ibrahim Bafadal, and also Secretary General of ISMAPI, Profesor Arwil Dayanto. So we are waiting for the arrival because they are still on the way. And our distinguished invited speakers, Professor Reka Cole from Carleton University, Australia, So she has been present. And then Professor Amelia Tebuan from Mindanao State University Iligan Institute Technology, MSU IIT from Philippines. And then Bapak Profesor Muazzam Muhammad from UUM, Malaysia. Thank you for coming, Professor. And then Ibu Profesor Nur Hizrah Gistituati, and of course from Universitas Negeri Padang. Thank you for coming, Bu Professor. Members of APMAPI and ISMAPI, researchers and students whom are sense of director and vice rector, the dean, vice dean, and the all chairman of the association, APMAPI and ISMAPI also, who have provide full support for this event. So your presence is the main source of our spirits, especially for PCMA and Rakernas Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me deliver a brief report on the organization of Padang International Conference on Educational Management and Administration, or PCMA, the fourth edition of which is very special as it combined with the national working meeting of APMAPI and ISMAPI. The integration of these two major events is a concrete manifestation of synergy to strengthen the academic and professional roles in the advancing educational management and administration in Indonesia. So this appropriate with our conference themes. The total participants are 179. So this count is on site, so attending in this room, consisting of 88 delegates for the National Working Meeting or Rakernas, and the rest are postgraduate students, undergraduate students, lecturers, and educational practitioners. And also by Zoom that have presents, maybe it could be around 100 undergraduate students. And then additionally, there are 32 papers submitted, which will be presented in parallel session later. So after this conference, in this afternoon, we have the series um, of activities and PCMA and national working meeting. It can run smoothly and have positive impact of the progress of national education. So we can request for the vice rector to deliver a welcoming speech and officially open the series of the activities today. So just it. Thank you very much for your attention. Happy in conference and national working meeting also, or we call Rakernas. And welcome to Ranah Minang and welcome to Universitas Negeri Padang. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The next program. Visible opening. Director Universitas Negeri Padang. In this case, represented by Vice Rector at Academic Files. To the Honorable Mr. Raffi, Master of Literature. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Salatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi rasulillah ya jemaah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarikalah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu la nabiyya ba'da. Amma ba'du. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The honorables, our keynote speakers, attending online and on-site in this fourth Padang International Conference on Educational Management and Administration. The honorables of the head of what is it? The head of Asosiasi Program Studi, ya, Manajemen dan Administrasi Pendidikan Indonesia, and the Secretary General, then the head of Ikatan Sarjana, ya, Manajemen dan Administrasi Pendidikan Indonesia, and the Secretary General, inshallah. So the chairperson of the organization will be together with us this noon. Dean of the Faculty of Educational Sciences, Vice Deans, and our special address is to Professor Reka Cole from Curtin University, Australia. Is it Curtin University of Technology or only Curtin University? Only Curtin University, okay. Then Professor Amelia Tibuan from MSU, Philippines. Associate Professor Muhammad, Associate Professor Muazzam Muhammad from University Utara, Malaysia. Welcome on site, Prof. Yeah, in the university, in State University of Padang. Professor Dr. Nur Hizra, my uni. Yeah. Welcome, Uni. So, representing Director of Universitas Negeri Padang this morning, I'm very happy to be together with you, all the participants of the first conference. And today is a great day for us because some people from the very long distance, from Borneo, maybe, from Celebes, or from Sulawesi, even from West Nusa Tenggara, and most of the people are from Java, together here attending the meeting. Actually, there are 3 meetings. The first one is conference, and the second one is national working meetings of 2 organizations from expert of management and administration. And we now realize that after the COVID-19, the modes of the conference changed significantly. When the COVID was on fire, we do the conference fully online. But as soon as let's say that we are free from the COVID-19, then the modes of the conference is still online, and we add the new modes. There is a hybrid conference, both online and on-site. And today, we are doing the hybrid conference, the online conference as well as the on-site conference. Many of the keynote speakers will deliver his or her word online, and some of them will deliver the papers on site. Then I'm sure that the topic is very interesting. So, toward education 5.0, managerial strategies for personalization, humanism, and digital transformation for the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. So this is one of the most important aspects of educational management and administration. We all know that administration or management is one of the oldest branch of knowledge. Without having the knowledge of management or managerial activities or administrative things, then we are sure that we cannot manage the activity in a good running, because everything should be planned. And the thing that we have done should be evaluated, whether we can do it well or not. And along with the development of technology, especially with the current technology, with the involvement of artificial intelligence, and I'm still sure that the role of administration and management is still very important. In some aspect, maybe we can make some significant changes. But in many aspects, we need to maintain the thing that we have planned and the thing that we have done because we are sure that it is still very effective. And today, all participants are coming here, then all of you are going to discuss this kind of things. So, toward education 5.0. While we understand that industrial revolution is still in 4.0, but now we have education 5.0. So it is still ahead of industrial revolution. Then I know the very best ideas, shared information which are very useful for us will be given by the presenters, whether it is in the panel session or whether it is in the parallel session. But all of them will become a new insight for us to manage, to administer education in our own universities. Again, the meeting is not only a meeting for its own sake, but the meeting that we are going to do today and tomorrow is the meeting that will support us for tomorrow education. Because we belong to the associations of educational management and administration. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in this occasion, I would like to thank the committee who have done very well in the preparation of this conference and national working meeting. And also the participants who come to Universitas Negeri Padang from the very long distance. And even some of the participants are their own first coming to Padang. But many of them are not new to Padang. And may Allah bless us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the conference. Please participate actively in the national working meeting. And if there is the selection and appointment of the new chairperson, please do it very well. Thank you. In the names of Allah and with the permission of all participants from this conference, let's say that this conference, that is the fourth Padang International Conference on Educational Management and Administration, and the national working meetings are officially opened. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
To have blessing at this event, let us pray together, led by Mr. Dr. Hade Afriansyah, MPD. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me guide the dua in Islamic. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid dinina wa afiyatan fil abdanina wa ziyadatan fil ilmina wa barakatan fi arzakina wa taubatan qablal maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma ighfir lana wa liwalidayna wa lil muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat al ahya'i minhum wal amwat innaka sami'un qaribun mujibud da'wat ya qadiyal hajat. Allahumma inni asbahtu minka fi ni'mati wa afiyati wa sitri. Allahumma inni asbahtu minka fi ni'mati wa afiyati wa sitri. Wa atimma alayya ni'mataka wa afiyataka wa sitraka fid dunya wal akhirah. Qulillahumma malikal mulki tu'til mulka man tasha wa tanzi'ul mulka mimman tasha wa tu'izzu man tasha wa tuzillu man tasha biyadikal khair innaka ala kulli syai'in qadir. Allahumma afina fi abdanina, Allahumma afina fi asma'ina, Allahumma afina fi absarina. Rabbana ighfir lana wa liwalidina warhamhuma kama rabbayana shaghira. Ya Allah, Ya Rabbi, Ya Rahmanu, Ya Rahim. Give the barakah in this event. PCMA Padang International Conference on Educational Management and Administration 2025. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Allahumma amin ya rabbal alamin. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallim walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
As the prayer has recited, the opening of the Padang International Conference on Educational Management and Administration 2025.
Step synergy, educational management, leadership for sustainable development in universitas
Is ended. I'm Faras Abiyu.
and I'm Enrique Ariesta. Would like to thank all of you for joining this event. Have a nice day in UNP. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. While waiting for sessions, you are welcome to enjoy the snack and the drink provided. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See you. Baik, sebelumnya mohon maaf pada Bapak Ibu tamu undangan. Selanjutnya kita melaksanakan foto bersama dulu. Dimohonkan kepada Bapak WR dan Bapak Ibu tamu undangan yang di depan pada speakers Dimohonkan Pak untuk foto bersama di depan terdahulu.
Ya, Mas. Ketua panitia.
Dimohon ketersediaan fotografer. Oke, ready. Dipersilakan Bapak Ibu mengambil tempatnya terlebih dahulu.
Baik. Baik, kamera standby. 1, 2, 3. Formal dulu Bapak Ibu. Sekali lagi. 1, 2, 3. Baik, selanjutnya gaya bebas. Baik. Baik, Minangkabau dulu.
Minangkabau dulu, Minangkabau dulu.
Minangkabau, baik. 1, 2, 3. Baik. Baik, 1, 2, 3. Baik, selanjutnya menghadap ke depan Bapak. Bukan sini. Ya. Dan dimohonkan kepada Bapak Ibu tamu dengan duduk, mohon berdiri sebentar Bapak Ibu. Kita melangsungkan foto bersama terdahulu.
Oke.
Baik. Baik, kita formal dulu. 1, 2, 3.
Sekali lagi.
Tetap formal. 1, 2, 3. Baik, selanjutnya Minangkabau sekali lagi. Bapak Ibu tamu undangan Minangkabau ya Bapak Ibu. Baik. 1, 2, 3. Baik. Baik. Baik, terima kasih Bapak dan Ibu. Mohon dipersilakan untuk duduk kembali. Baik, terima kasih Bapak dan Ibu atas pelangsungan foto bersamanya. Dan dipersilahkan kepada Bapak Ibu tamu undangan untuk mencicipi hidangan yang telah kami sediakan. Baik, terima kasih.
cek. Tes, tes, tes. Tes, tes.
Dear participants, this is the time for core event. We will have the panel section. The first one will be online guest speakers, Professor Rekha Cole from Carleton University, Australia. This section will be led by Miss Angelia Damanik, PhD, as a moderator, and Tin Mohmoh Swim Mary, S3 student Universitas Negeri Padang, as a notulen. Dear participant, let's welcome Miss Angelia Damanik, PhD.
And also, the second will be offline guest speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Muazzam Muhammad, the Dean Academic and International, University Utara Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. And of course, these sessions will be led by one and only Mr. Professor Hadianto, MED, PhD, as a moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
Hello. Okay. Before I start, I would like to check the sound. Rekha Cole, are you listening me?
Very much. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, seems it's not very happy. I'm not very happy with the answer. Only few people answer my salam. Can I repeat once more time? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Walaikum.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, honorable guest, rector, and then also distinguished guest speakers. All of you here, welcome. And then Dean, Vice Dean, and also lecturers, participants, mostly come from ISMAPI and APMAPI executive and members, and also students, everyone join this seminar, both offline and online. Okay, welcome to Padang International Conference on Educational Management and Administration, proudly presented by Education Faculty, Universitas Negeri Padang. It is really wonderful to see you all here today, attending this seminar, coming from various places, and also we come here to share ideas, to share innovation, and to share innovation. Okay, I will be leading this first panel session for the next 50 minutes. It's time for us to start the core event. In this case, the first one, I would like to apologize. Actually, there's supposed to be two key speakers. One is from Curtin University, that's Professor Takol, and the second one is the Professor Amelia from Mindanao State University. Unfortunately, the lady from Mindanao State University, he couldn't come present in this seminar due to unforeseen event. As we know that there was earthquake and hurricane in the past few days that made her couldn't enter this seminar. Okay. Okay, it's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Reka Cole, a distinguished scholar and educational leader with nearly 4 decades of teaching and research experience across the world. She has been active doing teaching and research in Indonesia, Malaysia, Australia, and India too. Okay, in addition, if you see in the screen, there will be the CV of hers, Reka Cole, that she holds honorary position at universities Australia and in India and served on several international editorial boards and research associations. In Australia, she is currently a professor of education at Curtin University, Australia, where she also serves as deputy head of school and STEM discipline lead. Her research focuses on STEM education, learning environments, and teacher-student interaction with more than 30 publications. She has led numerous international education projects supported by organizations such as DFAT, UNESCO, and the Australia-India Council. Today, Professor Reka Cole will enlighten us on the topic transforming learning environment for deep learning engagement. Please join me in welcoming Professor Reka Cole. Professor Reka Cole, the time is yours. Let's welcome Professor Reka Cole with applause. Okay, Reka Cole, the
Good
time is yours.
morning,
For the first one, you will have a presentation about 25 minutes. And after that, you will have a question and answer session, another 25 minutes. You may begin from now.
Thank you, Enrica. And good morning. As we are speaking, you are sharing the slides. So will slides be controlled from there, or I will have freedom to move them? Enrica?
Okay, Reka, we try to justify our sound system. Hang on for a while.
Yeah.
Can you try to speak again, Reka?
Because you have shared the slides, I would be happy to share from here, and that way I would have the control to move the slides. Is that possible?
Sure. You'll be welcome to share the
Thank you. If
slides
you could
yourself.
remove, if you
And
could
now the
remove
sound
from-
has been okay. You can start now.
No, you have to remove the slides from there. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Can you
may
see
start.
my slides now?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Yeah, it's there. Thank you very much. First of all, I need to thank Vice Chancellor of the University Nagari Padang, and more so I think, Enrica, you were here in Curtin some time back for inviting me and sharing my ideas with you all. Although I know this seminar is more focused on administration and management, and we are one of the speakers in the morning was talking about the education 5.0. What I see in educational systems, whether it would be developing countries or developed countries, since I work in a developed country, but also I'm researching in quite a few developing countries. Like last week, I was in PNG, which is very low with the developmental index. We still have elements of education 1.0, lots of things have not transformed. And we are now talking about Education 5.0, where we will have lots of technology coming in, or the education itself is to be rethought. But what we are seeing, I am really appreciative of Indonesian education department, who are putting big emphasis on deep learning. And when we talk about deep learning, sometimes people take the literal meaning of deep learning as something which is taking the content deeply. But what I saw the elements is it's giving attention to the individuals which are our students. Can you hear me? Are you hearing me clearly?
Yes, we can hear it clearly.
Yeah. So keeping that in view, I'm going to talk about something which educational administrators and managers will have to keep in mind when they are developing the Education 5.0. As Ganot has very succinctly said, that as teachers, there is a huge responsibility on us, and which also translates into the educational managers, administrators, because what we do in classrooms, and these managers will empower teachers to do it in classrooms, will make or mar the future of any student who are our future citizens are making the world of tomorrow. So it all depends upon the teacher, how they can humiliate or humor or hurt a student, or they will make them feel valued. And in these situations, it's the response of the teacher, how they work with the students. Coming from learning environments where my research is situated, what we look at is the social and psychological context of learning. And research on environments usually assumes that students, their curriculum, teacher, and other internal and external factors, which impact their environment. And we also look at the measures of motivation and measures of ability or achievement. And if you look at Education 5.1, motivation, or the framework in Indonesia, where they're talking about the deep learning, environment makes a major factor in those documents. Deep learning, it is a cutting-edge subset of machine learning. What sets deep learning apart is its ability to automatically learn, integrate intricate and complex patterns and representations. And it does consist of artificial neural networks, computational models that work similarly to the human brain. And what I see in difference with the Indonesian deep learning is they have included the emotional part of deep learning. What happens in classrooms? We're talking about machines, we are talking about deep learning, we are talking about the computational and Gen AI, generative AI, but we are forgetting to says that one of my students spend quite a lot of time in classroom situations. My revered colleague whom we lost late last year, he did some mathematics, Professor Barry Fraser. And according to his mathematics, a student spends nearly 20,000 hours in a classroom situation by the time they finish their first degree. Isn't it our responsibility as educational managers, educational administrators, to make these 20,000 hours likable, enjoyable? Because these 20,000 hours or more will have a significant impact on the personality of these students, how they develop. We as educators, we do put a lot of emphasis on assessing the achievement, but do not pay attention to the learning environments we are creating. And research has shown us that putting attention, giving attention to classroom climates or classroom learning environments is not a waste of time, because if we pay attention to learning environment, students' motivation changes, which translates into their achievement. And bottom line is, it's not a waste of time, it's not waste of resources, because ultimately it does pay off in terms of student outcomes. So what did we do? In long history of learning environments, what I realized, I've been for last few years, I would say more than a decade, looking at what has not been attended to in learning environment research. And I found that we have developed quite a few tools measuring different factors of psychosocial behaviors in the classroom, but have not done anything about student emotions. Student emotions, which are very important, and keeping in view increase in student mental health issues around the world. So if we look after the emotions, what can we do? Can we have a better learning environment? Can we have, as far as deep learning is concerned, will we improve that? So I did quite a bit of a review of literature and found that there was not even a single study around the world which had looked at student emotions, other than one of the studies which came out of USA, which was Bill and Melinda Gates study. They had done it through Harvard University and had created a questionnaire. But this questionnaire was not validated, and they called it a 7C study, where they looked at student emotions in respect to care, control, clarity, challenge, motivation, consolidation, and collaboration.
Sorry, Reka,
So
can you hear me?
I wanted to run it as a workshop, but because of the paucity of time, I'm not doing that. So what we did for classroom climate, we looked at whatever was available, which I said the Ferguson study run through, Harvard University, which they called it 7Cs. Then we also, yes, having emotions is fine, since my work is in STEM. I've looked at attitude to STEM scale from Fraser's study, and we started this study with 8 CEC dimensions of and tried to validate this questionnaire. So,
Reka.
yes.
Sorry, Reka. Your slide is not there.
Is that so?
Yeah. I only see you already for another maybe 10 minutes.
Is it there?
Not now.
Sorry, let me. Mhm.
Do you want us to help?
That would be lovely. If it's not moving, then
We can share the screen if you want. I can ask one of the operator to do for you. You
that
just
would
need to
be
say next.
lovely if it's not moving, which is, I was surprised.
It is you now on the screen.
Can we?
No, still you on the screen.
I can't see it. Is it on the screen?
Not yet.
Sorry, I can't see it. No.
I have your PPT, so we definitely can do it for you.
I have no idea. Can I speak then? And you have slides there?
Yes, we do.
So if you can share.
Okay, we will.
I am currently on slide number 9.
Okay, slide number 9.
Yeah.
Okay, we did it now.
Yeah. Okay, I'll speak. I'll go from my end and you can go from your end.
Okay. Let us
You
know
are
when
at-
your slide moving.
You are at 8. Can you go to the next one, please?
Okay, next please. Okay, stage 1. Is it what you want?
No, the next one.
The text one. Is it after or before?
It's here, the one before it.
Okay.
9, go to 9.
Number
Now I can, yes, here we go. Thank you. So what we did with this study, because I already had this questionnaire from Ferguson's study and the Betty Fraser, we did face validation, then we had focus group interviews with students, and then we had a large field testing of the study. Next one, please. So in the large face validation by experts is we used educational researchers and asked them to go through the language of this questionnaire. And some of the language was changed, like students in this class, treat students with teacher with respect, it was changed and it is moving if we could stop it. Yeah. So after that, I'm just rushing it a little bit. And after that, we did have focus group interviews with students as well. We gave them the questionnaires, interviews, and modified the language of the questionnaire. Can we go ahead now to the next one, please? Next one, please. Yeah, thank you. And so eventually we ended up with these scales. If you would have seen initially, the scales were in different order, but the final questionnaire, we moved them based on the analysis, factor analysis, which showed us best factor loading. So we ended with consultation, consolidation, collaboration, control, motivation, care. And a challenge was added to it. And in last study, the questionnaire was run in all government schools. We had 20 high schools with 57 STEM classes. And we also had 11 independent schools between the classes of year 7 till 10. Some of the data group using was anonymous when we field tested this questionnaire. The next one, please. Sorry. And what we used was this questionnaire was validated at various points. We did principal component analysis, which is the factor analysis. We also did PCA for this, and all showed a very strong, structure. And so the structure of this questionnaire was well established. Next one, please. And you can see the items for each of the scale showed us good factors structure as when the confirmatory factor analysis was done. Moving ahead. Next one, yeah. And all these tests, I'm not going to, describe it here, but values obtained according to all different tests, which is model fit index, showed us good results. Then coming to, just hold on this questionnaire for a while, is alpha reliabilities of all the scales were above 0.9. Anyway, when we look at the alpha reliabilities, Cronbach alphas can be anything more than 0.6 is acceptable. But in this case, all showed us more than 0.9. When we looked at the concurrent validity, all scales had statistically significant validation. Mean correlation was quite close. And then when we looked at even the predictive validity, all were statistically significant, showing that this tool, which we have developed here, is very valid to use for measuring emotions in the classroom. Why I'm talking about this tool is if Indonesia is choosing to go towards deep learning and looking at the emotions in the classroom, this would be a tool which can be used by classroom teachers, administrators, managers for eventually looking at what we are doing in the classrooms, how it is impacting student emotions, which in turn will impact their achievement in the classrooms. So this here we have a valid tool for using in future. Can we go ahead now, please? So in addition to doing the confirmatory factor analysis, rash analysis was also employed, and this rash analysis also showed us that this instrument is valid and reliable for use. The next one. So now I can with happiness say that CEC, Classroom Emotional Questionnaire, is filling the gap to investigate students' perceptions of their emotions in the classroom. We had extensive validation using confirmatory factor analysis, rash analysis, and other techniques. We have developed this 41-item CEC questionnaire, which has been used. Rash analysis also further confirmed its item fit, and internal consistency, concurrent validity, discriminant validity, and all other tests have shown that it can be used. It should be used. So what do we do it for future? The next slide. Investigation of classroom climate and student outcomes, differences between student and teacher perceptions of the emotions, links between different environments, preparation of preferred and actual classroom climate, and we can use it for action research to improve classrooms. I do have in future slides, which Enrica, I would advocate you to share it with participants, my slides, is then during COVID time, we used the same questionnaire with university students. One of the factors which Perth had, although Perth was closed to world for a long time, university didn't close. We closed down, I would say, marginally for 10 weeks, which was not a total lockdown. It was a partial lockdown, but students were not allowed to come to the classrooms for 10 weeks. So what I did is looked at students' perception or their emotions during and after lockdown. And what we found that students preferred face-to-face classes. This is to ensure and bring it to educators' knowledge that despite the fact that we are talking so much about technology and use of technology, when we talk about deep learning, when we talk about use of AI in our education, students still prefer face-to-face classrooms. So move on, next slide. You will consistently see that we have higher means for students after the lockdown, which is when students are attending face-to-face classes. And there is a statistically significant difference for certain questions after the lockdown. Next one, please. I will go to the last slide, please. Keeping time in view. The next one. Yeah. So during the implications, out of 42 behaviors, 36 behaviors had statistically significant differences, confirming that students are preferring face-to-face classes. and only one question of in care scale had high scores during lockdown. Highest difference is seen in losing focus in scale of control. Students felt less challenged during lockdown. That means they don't feel challenged when we run it in online course. Students collaborated significantly positively and had significant positive attitude towards face-to-face mode. So what I'm trying to say here, that despite we are going into technology, student emotions do need to be paid attention to. And that's what I would plead to all academics, all administrators, and all managers. We do need to look after the emotions, and that's my message for today. Thank you very much, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you for participating in this.
Thank you, Professor Rika Cole, for the incredibly enlightening and thought-provoking presentation. Your insights how to transform learning environment
Thank you for your presentation. It's very inspiring, and we already see the emphasize that emphasize how important for us as the educator or manager or administrator of education to pay attention a lot to this. Okay, it's the time for us to have question and answer. And in this time, I would like to welcome all of us here to ask questions. For those in this room, can raise your hand. And those who are online, I saw there are about 50 students online. Not, I mean, 50 participants, okay? You may use
I'll start asking the question first from the one in the room, and the one online, definitely I'll come to you. Would you please mic to be given to the lady in front just now that asking question? Yes, you'll be the first one. Okay, please mention your name and your institution.
Baik, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Let me introduce my name, Madam Reka. I hope that you can listen my voice from here.
Very well, very
Baik.
well.
Yes.
Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan Bapak Ibu, izin terima kasih. Saya Mardalena dari Universitas Merangin Jambi. Madam, you can call me Lena from Merangin Jambi, Indonesia. I got two questions. First one, how important emotional teaching for the students, since most of the teachers concern on about the cognitive. spending the lesson only. And then you already approved that emotional is quite important. And then I would like to know also about your personal experience in engaging the student while you also touch them about the emotional. I hope you get my point. My second point.
Yeah.
Is there any possibility for our university to collaborate with your campus?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So
thank you very much for two excellent questions.
thank you very
First
much.
is, if I go back to when we talk about education 1.0 or education and going up to education 5.0, education, the currently, can you hear me? Currently accepted or recognized education system is the Western education system, which all of us are going through. And what happened that this education system came into being around the Industrial Revolution 1, when people were made to come into the factories and assemble things together. And same way classrooms were set. And in classrooms, they were taught the content. Content gave them achievement, which is cognitive development, and that led to jobs. Very little attention was given to student emotions. But if we give student, and quite a lot has changed in last 400 years since the first industrial revolution. And students, if they don't feel valued in the classroom, they won't feel motivated. They don't feel motivated, they won't learn. So as students feel valued and we pay attention to their emotions, it is very important. And it is not only important for their learning, it's also important for their well-being. And in my research, I felt not only in research, but even anecdotal evidence on day-to-day basis is when we give attention to students' emotions, their learning improves. There is a lot of evidence through learning environment research we have collected that when the classroom environment improves, where we don't look at student achievements, we only look at the psychosocial behaviors. When psychosocial behaviors of the classroom are improved, student achievement automatically improves. Your second question is about collaboration, your university's collaboration with Curtin. We have always been open to collaborations, but you will have to outline what sort of collaboration you want and at what level. It depends whether it's at school level, faculty level, or university level, and what do you want to collaborate for. Send an email to me, and accordingly, I'll put you in touch with the right person. Have I answered your questions?
Yes, I think you answered the question, and thank you. And she shows the sign that she's
Thank you
happy
very much.
with the answer. Okay, so for you, Lena, if you want to know her email address, you can ask me. Okay, thank you. I would like to invite the gentleman behind just now raise hand, and where is he? Okay, doesn't seem anymore. Let me check if there is someone asking. Oh, hi there. Okay, there is a gentleman asking questions. You're welcome to ask question and mention your name and institution. Thank you.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. My name is Abdullah Jonga from the Gambia in West Africa. I am an international student in Universitas Nigeria Padang under the Faculty of Education. I am currently pursuing my PhD degree in Educational Administration in UNP. Madam Speaker, have three questions that I want to ask in regards to your presentation. The first question is with regards to the introduction of AI in our educational curriculum. I want to ask, what is the relationship of AI in relation to the title of your presentation today? Two, you have mentioned that you have conducted a research with students. I wanted to confirm what is the novelty of your research and what is the justification of your research in relation to the theme of today's conference. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Sorry, Rika, can you get the question? I
Yeah,
myself.
I did. Not a problem. I'll try to respond to my level best. The first question is, what is the relationship of AI with emotions? If we look at it externally, it will seem none, but use of screen time. In fact, I was meeting with someone else as well this morning, is putting impact on student emotions. The more the screen time, it is impacting student or society's emotions. So what point I was trying to make, that we are going into an era of AI, and that's going to make a huge impact on our educational environments. As educators, we should not be missing out on emotions in the classroom. That was the response to first question. And second question, you're asking what's the relevance of emotions to the topic of today's conference. Again, it comes to the same point. Although we are trying to manage our classes, our administrators are going and developing the new framework for education in Indonesia, where deep learning is a part of framework. We need to consider, we need to keep emotions in view, which I know are a part of your framework. Hope I have answered your questions.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Rika, and also thanks for the engagement of the participants. And I just checked from online and I don't see any question there. Okay, we have another 7 minutes left. Maybe there is one more question before we close this first panel session. Is there any participants who want to ask question, please? Cool. Seems nobody ask more question. I'll be happy to maybe give a very short summary about what Rika said just now, that Professor Rika that would like that us to pay attention more to the students' emotion for deep learning. And also she emphasized the importance of the learning environment. And I'm very impressed with one of her slides saying that students spend approximately 20 hours annually in the classroom. And then why don't you pay attention to the environment or climate? And the other also, she said that educators or managers or administrators that often rely on assessing achievement and do not pay attention to the quality of the learning environment. And that's why she invite us. It's not wasting the time to pay attention to the classroom climate because research shows that it is likely to pay off in terms of student outcomes. Okay, Professor Rika Cole, we really hope that you continuously working to shape better environment for education globally. Okay, as a token of our gratitude and appreciation, we would like to present Professor Rika Cole with a certificate of appreciation. While we cannot do this in person, Professor Rika, we hope that this virtual presentation your certificate of appreciation, Rika.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, that's for your valuable time and knowledge. And maybe do you have maybe last statement for us about your summary or whatever before we say goodbye, please, Rika.
Thank you very much for giving me a chance to, talk on this forum. For your information, CEC has been translated into Bahasa Malaysia, and one of my colleagues has already conducted some research, although not published yet. So anyone wanting a copy of this questionnaire, feel free to let me know and I can share the questionnaire in Bahasa Malaysia, which you can use with your students.
Thank you very much, Reka. That's very inspiring. And with that, we have reached the end of the first panel session. I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to all of us, especially, of course, to Reka as the guest speaker, and all the participants online and offline for your engagement. And we hope you find this lecture informative and inspiring. To proceed to the next session, we'd like to invite Mr. Hadianto to lead the second panel session. Mr. Hadianto, Professor Reka, goodbye and have a good day.
Thank you very much. Thank you for
Bye.
having me. Bye-bye.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Encharia Damanik, looking forward to seeing you again in another occasion. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be unto you. It's an honor for me to be in front of you, to be a moderator, and it's the second session of our conference today. On this occasion, we would like to, there are two speakers. The first is Associate Professor Dr. Muazzam Muhammad, and he is a Deputy Dean Academic and International from University Utara Malaysia. We invite him. Welcome, Prof. Muazzam. And the second one, Professor Nur Hijrah Gisituati, MED, ADD. She is a professor from Universitas Negeri Padang, and she is in Department of Educational Administration. We invite her. Thank you. And then we invite Tin Moh Muswe to be a secretary here. Come here, Mary. Thank you. Boleh. Ya. Okay, before we let them to give information or to give insight and expertise from them, we would like to introduce the speakers. For the first from Associate Professor Muazzam Muhammad. Like I mentioned before, he is a speaker, or he is a, let me mention again, Deputy Dean Academic International from UUM. He has a lot of experience, and if I try to check, there are so many research that he has already done, and then he also expert in educational leadership, principalship, and school management. And there are so many articles that has already published, as well as the book. At least the newest one is Pendidikan Karakter dalam Masyarakat Majemuk, Modul Resolusi Konflik. I'm sorry. And he also writes some book chapter. And then he have so many experience. So I think it's too long if I explain all of his experience or his expertise. And the second one is Professor Nur Hijrah Gesti Tuati. Yes, I've already had it. And Professor Nur Hijrah Gesti 20 or it we usually call her as Ibu Ice. It's the easiest one to mention, and she enjoys for this nickname. And she also, within 5 years later, wrote some books as well as so many articles and publication, yeah. And also has patent or haki, we call it haki. There are more than 11. Okay. Yeah. Some of you may check detail on the LCD. Okay, on the screen. Okay. We thought make a longer introduction. Let's give first to Professor Muazzam to deliver his presentation. The title of his presentation is, let me check. Managing Character Education Efficiently, Strategic, Challenge, and Impact. Bisa dibantu untuk menampilkan PowerPoint untuk Associate Professor Muazzam. Okay, time and floor is yours. Silakan, Prof. Muazzam.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته and very good morning to everyone. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Alhamdulillah, thank God that I managed to arrive here in Universitas Negeri Padang. And first of all, I would like to thank Prof. Hadianto to moderate my presentation today. And of course, I would like to thank everyone in the committee for inviting me to the 4th Padang International Conference on Educational Management and Administration with the theme of the Towards Education 5.0, Managerial Strategies for Personalization, Humanism, and Digital Transformation for the Sustainable Development Goals. Right, my sharing today, I'm happy actually for inviting me to share a bit about my research and publication on the personalization and humanism, which is part of the conference theme. So thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. So actually I'm trying to share what I've been done in my research and publish this book. It is about the character education. Okay, first of all, as an educator, we are all educators here. Maybe educator to the educators and the future educator, hopefully, inshallah, in future. So as an educator, of course, we want to give something to our students that not only knowledge, but something that could develop them from inside and also outside. So how can we produce the students not only knowledge, but good human beings? But good human beings, that is the point. So this is what triggered us in the team of the research
to come up with this research. As we all know, education itself is a broad term. Broad term means it's related to knowledge, but not only knowledge, but experience, learning and teaching. So when it comes to knowledge, everybody understood that we convey content to the student. But at the same time, one thing that maybe we cannot avoid, which is we also convey something for the development, meaning for the inner development. It is a process, actually. We talk about education as a process of acquiring knowledge and skills. Not only knowledge, but skills, values, beliefs, and habits that enable an individual to develop and going throughout the life, meaning to survive, to struggle, or whatnot, to be a better human in future. So meaning education is not just filling with the mind, with the knowledge, but shaping the heart. Let me check this one. All right, so meaning to say also, the education without values is incomplete. So meaning now actually we convey both. We pass the knowledge and at the same time, we also educate people to be good human beings, as I said just now. So meaning in this case, right, when education, it actually is the close relation to educate people, educate on what? To educate character. And character education is not new. It started from family. From first we born. And then it's come up with the family tradition. It come up with the community tradition and also the culture of our people, from the surrounding and so on. So it's not only giving knowledge, but it's actually is a person, it's something to the verb with a person, society, and the nation. So I would say also, we would say, with the current development, with the so-called what? With the internet world with no boundary, with the technology and so on. All right. So this is a big challenge to educate people in this era. So I would say now, managing character education officially has become increasingly complex and crucial for the current moment. So I would try to share, all right, how through this session, understand the essence of character education, explore why efficient management matters, and identify common challenges, learn practical strategies, reflect on cases, and so on. So how it's relate to the management, since this is the conference on management. So when talk about the education, we have informal education, we have formal education. If informal education, we already know, it started from the childhood, meaning it's come from people surrounding us. But when it comes to formal education, this is why the students start to go to school from the grade 1 until grade 6 until the university level. So this is the point that on part of the information in informal education, the students also will receive the formal education at with the structured curriculum and so on. All right. So when people goes to the structured education, so we need to define what is the objective of the education. So from our part, we try to explore the character. So from the academic perspective, character refers to the internalized set of moral, ethical, spiritual, and civic values that guide a person's thought, emotions, and behaviors in accordance with socially and culturally accepted principles. From the Malaysia content perspective, Malaysian context, okay, stated in our national education philosophy, character embodies the harmonious integration of intellectual, spiritual, emotional, and physical development as envisioned in the national education philosophy to produce individuals who are balanced and holistic. So meaning that while we deliver knowledge to them, we also need to balance our education so that at the end the student will receive, okay, what has been determined by our national philosophy, meaning balance in terms of I use Malay, jasmani, emosi, rohani, intellectual, and sahsiah. We call it jeris. I say again, jasmani meaning the physical, and then emotional, all right, and then spiritual, rohani, and the intellectual meaning cognitive, and the last is sahsiah. Sahsiah meaning the appearance. To educate the sahsiah, we need to educate also the inner self. So to conclude, what is the character? Is the integration of moral reasoning, emotional awareness, and virtuous actionship through education. Culture and faith enabling individuals to act with integrity, empathy, and responsibility towards self, other, society, and the creator. And this is what we try to conclude the meaning of character. Now, we come to the character education. Character education, all right, of course, we combine the character itself, what actually we want to produce from the students through platform education. It is a systematic process of planning, implementing, monitoring, and evaluating moral and ethical development in students. So in this case, members of the floor, we need to combine the expertise of teachers and then the structured curriculum to embed with our learning and teaching activities in school or at the education institution level, so that both actually can go together and then educate them from inner self. That's what said there. Okay, monitoring, evaluating moral and ethical development in students. So who involved in this activity? Who should involve in this activity? Number one is administrative structure. Administrative structure, from our point of view, we found that all the stakeholders, start from the government, Ministry of Education, state education department, and then the district education department, and also the school itself, the people in the school, the leadership level at school need also to understand this. Meaning to get involved. Involved meaning they need to train. Maybe we're not actually clever enough, but we must make sure we are well trained in educating people. But I believe those are here in this hall, all are well trained to train people in the school or in the education institution. And then we have the curriculum integration. Curriculum integration means we embed, okay, the values, we call it the character that we choose at certain level through all courses at university level or all subjects at the school level. So meaning we embed them. We could not say that the character education is one topic or one subject, but actually it comes together with all subjects and courses at school level or at the university level. For example, in Malaysia, starting next year, I believe all of you heard about something happened in Malaysia a few months ago. So the Ministry of Education has decided to what we call that, to embed and then to amend a bit the program education outcome to add in what we call the value-based education to strengthen the character education and development among students. And also the cultural reinforcement. Now this is a good also. This is require the involvement of the community, because according to the expert about the character education, there are a few sources that might influence the character development among ourselves. Number one is the structured education, and number two, the environment, the culture. For example, I'm a Malay, but now living in Kedah, in Malaysia. And then we have also Malaysia in Sumatra maybe, but the way how we communicate may be a bit different. But on top of that, we have also what we call old people with the old culture that might educate. So meaning now we have to go back to basic, to check back what is the good things about the old people generation idea, culture, and so on. I started my so-called education, meaning informal education, from mosque, from masjid. That's where I started my education. We start to learn about the religion, about the Islam, how to read Quran and everything. Of course, a few more, not to mention here. So meaning now, it's involved also the involvement or the commitment from people around us, right? This is the culture. Next one is the intentional effort. Intentional effort. So meaning we have to do is we have to commit, show the commitment. This is very important. This is very, very important. We not just do the character education on paper. On paper, it was not done. It's not working at all. We need to commit. We need to show our commitment. From day to day, month, weeks to weeks, month to months, years to years. I just share a bit about my experience in military. And military have the regimental regime, meaning it counted actually not on a yearly basis, not on a monthly basis, but I would say from daily basis. Start from our morning, what time that we should wake up, at what time that we should parade, at what time that we should check our belonging and so on. These are all need to be done. As what I received, for example, during my childhood and also in the military. This is very good actually. Right. In the training or in the structured curriculum, I would say, right, we need also to add in the skill of moral reasoning. Skill. Remember just now I said the education is something related to knowledge, acquiring skills and so on. So meaning now we need also to educate our people, our students, okay, how to be highly moral, and then at least they can think, okay, because the character meaning something to do with the psychological thought, okay, something to do with the psychological thought, but it's more related to something that good things. Now, moral reasoning meaning, okay, we do things, okay, based on moral judgment. And then, of course, it will grow emotionally, and it will portray through to the students' behavior and so on. This is what we call sahsiyah, akhlaq, and so on. All right, in Malaysia, we align with the national education philosophy.
Excuse me, Prof. Azam. We have to manage the time. You still have 10 more minutes. Okay.
10 more minutes, okay.
Yeah.
And then how I should jump. All right, okay, never mind. Okay, I'll try
Okay,
my level
sorry.
best to shorten my my presentation. All right.
Okay, thank you.
So we have national education philosophy, but with that also our research. Okay, we also check on the key theories. There are a lot of theories we found, okay, but we combine two theories in our working. Number one is the social learning Bandura, and then the trading model by Likona. Okay, I will say this on the theories, okay, that guide us as a theoretical framework, and from there we construct, we develop our conceptual framework. All right, what it matters, okay, we found why actually make us committed to come up with this research and come up with a publication to study about the character. Number one is build moral integrity. We want to produce, we want to say something, we want to share that people later will act, okay, ethically, okay, in their daily lives. And then develop holistic individuals, meaning balance, what I said just now, Jerry's, jasmani, emosi, rohani, intellectual, and also sahsia. Then promote peace and coexistence, okay, tolerance and respect. All right, in Malaysia, we are all so-called majmuk, meaning multiracial, multi-religious. And we come from different race, different religion, and so on. So this education, okay, is very important to educate them, to develop what we call, okay, the tolerance and respect. All right? Then it, of course, support the SDG, for the quality education, and strengthens what we call resilient. We know all the VUCA. What is VUCA? Volatile, uncertainties, complexities, ambiguities, all the VUCA, four things. So we should, of course, I think this related actually, it demands us to do some transformation in educate our people so that all the VUCA, instead of volatility, it becomes vision. Instead of uncertainty, it becomes understanding. They understand, meaning cognitively, right? And then complexity, it becomes clarity. And the last one, ambiguity, it becomes agility. All right, so a bit sharing about the what people say, the old people say. For example, Aristotle says what? Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. It's what we always, okay, train. For example, in Malay we call it, first of all, we learn about adab, manners, okay? Adab with knowledge, of course. But knowledge without adab, about manners, disaster. But if we only have manners, we don't have knowledge, actually it is not actually, what we call that, sia-sia, I mean. It's not give us anything at all. Right? And as I said, it's a culture, and then must be integrated into teaching, leadership, and also climate. Okay, I skip this slide. Okay, I would like to go straight to the strategy. This is the key challenges. Okay, before we go for the strategy, the key challenges. This is what we at university need to, we go all out, because what the problem is here, when we structure or whatever program, sometimes the program, okay, the implementation done fragmented. Fragmented meaning piece by piece. It's not in one piece, meaning it's not in a unity. And then teacher readiness. We need to train teachers. As I said, we may be well, or we call equipped with the cognitive knowledge, but we also must be well trained to train students. Readiness, right? Measuring, and next one is measuring character. I come up with, or we call that element, and then later we are going to come up with a special we call that tools to measure the character that been discussed in this research. Then the external influences, of course, not much that we can do because the the technology, the globalization, and so on. All right, and then leadership commitment. Okay. So these are the strategy. These are the strategy. Okay, I put here. Okay, there are 7. Okay, but I don't think I will explain all. Number 1 is vision and policy integration. Okay, maybe Prof will know better about this because he is a policy expert in the policy. In Malaysia, we have, as I mentioned just now, in Malaysia, we have something will happen next year when the government will come up with the new policy about the education, where we embed the value-based education, we embed the something to do with the character education. So policy is number 1. Number 2 is a whole school approach, meaning we cannot do it fragmentally, meaning we need to work together, hand by hand, okay, so that all the activities can work smoothly, inshallah. Then teacher professional development. So these are the university at the school is the platform how to train people professionally, right, to increase the readiness in educate people. Then collaborative, of course, okay, and then leadership, yes, monitoring, evaluation, innovation, and technology. This is the strategy that we need to put together. All right. Last but not least, okay, we need also to determine. We need also to determine what are the character that we want to embed, we want to instill, to develop among our students. Okay, based on the first one, the VRA Institute. Okay, they suggest generically there are 24 character strengths to or we call it to develop among students. And then from my research, from our research, which is this book, all right, we come up with 7 character. We come up with 7 character. Okay, from the 30 expert interview, and then from the literature review, we come up with this. All right. Next will be this is education framework. All right. We should start with the input, vision, process, outputs, and also last one is feedback. Feedback is very important. Feedback meaning from the first round, we, for example, we come up with this, and next, okay, we collect the response from people. Okay, we'll pass this book to Dr. Solasri, maybe to Prof. Hadianto, to get some info, okay, about research, all right, and then these are the conclusion. I'm very sorry, Mr. Moderator, for taking more time. Okay, the character education management is a dynamic process linking leadership, policy, pedagogy, and culture. And the last one, I would say, effective and so efficient. When we work together, we will make sure that whatever that we do will run smoothly and we achieve whatever goals or whatever objective that we agreed upon. Thank you for your attention. Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We thanks very much to Prof. Muazzam, who has already explained us about the education, especially relating to the character. And he made, I think it's there is no choice, briefly explanation because we have very limited time. Okay, thank you very much. For the next part of session, we invite Ibu Nur Hijrah Gustituati to explore his experience, his knowledge about the about her topic. Bu Ica, I think you may use it's free for you to use bahasa Indonesia or English or Malay. I think it's okay, but not some Minang
Yes.
language. I think it's okay if you can say or use Gorontalo language. I think it's okay as well because there are
Javanese
so many
language.
people from Gorontalo, from Malang. Okay, please, time and floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Hadianto. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, moderator, for giving me time to present my paper. But before I start presenting my paper, I would like to give you 3 pantun supaya tidak ngantuk. Datang peserta dari berbagai penjuru, bersama membawa semangat baru. Di seminar internasional Picema kita bertemu, menggagas inovasi pendidikan yang maju. Ilmu laksana pelita di malam hari menuntun langkah agar tak tersesat jalan. Mari berdiskusi dengan hati nurani demi kemajuan administrasi dan manajemen pendidikan. Satu lagi, mentari pagi menyapa ceria, burung berkicau di ranting cemara. Mari bersama kita berkarya membangun pendidikan penuh makna dan sukacita. Okay, since you are Indonesian and I'm Indonesian and I love Indonesia, Indonesian I mean. So what do you think if I presenting my paper in bilingual Indonesian and campur Malay or campur Minang? Is it okay? Okay. Previous speakers, ya, pembicara terdahulu sudah menyampaikan tentang deep learning dan Prof. Muazzam menyampaikan tentang pendidikan karakter. So, 2 isu itu sangat penting dan sekarang kita berpikir bagaimana deep learning dan pendidikan karakter itu bisa kita implementasikan, bisa kita capai secara efektif dan efisien. So, di sini saya akan membicarakan tentang innovation in educational leadership and governance, transforming education for the future. Kita tahu bahwa dunia pendidikan sedang mengalami perubahan yang cepat, didorong oleh teknologi. Oke, ya. Didorong oleh teknologi, globalisasi, dan juga teknologi dan globalisasi membawa kalau saya ngomong kebutuhan ini telinganya Prof. Nizam pasti berdiri gitu ya. Tapi kata yang paling tepat apa ya? The need ya. Hal-hal yang baru pada para siswa kita atau para murid istilahnya sekarang ya. And leadership and governance ya, kepemimpinan dan tata kelola itu memerankan peranan yang penting ya untuk membawa pendidikan ini menentukan arah transformasi pendidikan. So inovasi bukan lagi pilihan, tetapi inovasi adalah satu keharusan. Mau tidak mau kita harus menerapkan inovasi di dalam kepemimpinan dan juga tata kelola. So our question is, what is innovation in leadership and governance of education? Inovasi bisa inovasi dalam kepemimpinan dan tata kelola
itu mengacu atau dapat kita terjemahkan menjadi pada pemanfaatan ide-ide baru, ya, strategi kreatif dan teknologi modern untuk meningkatkan cara bagaimana sekolah dan sistem pendidikan dikelola, dipimpin, dan diatur. Fokus dari inovasi ini adalah mentransformasi praktek-praktek tradisional agar pendidikan lebih efektif, efisien, inklusif, transparan, dan berorientasi masa depan. Pertanyaan kita selanjutnya adalah mengapa, why innovation in educational leadership and governance are important. Inovasi merupakan komponen penting dari kepemimpinan dan tata kelola yang efektif di era modern ini. Hal ini dikarenakan inovasi dapat mempermudah kita untuk beradaptasi terhadap perubahan. Ya. Dunia berubah dengan cepat dalam hal teknologi, masyarakat, dan tantangan global. Para pemimpin yang inovatif dan sistem tata kelola dapat mengadopsi kebijakan, strategi, dan struktur organisasi agar tetap relevan dan efektif dalam konteks yang terus berubah. Sebagai contoh, para pemimpin pendidikan mengadopsi platform pembelajaran digital untuk merespon disrupsi seperti COVID-19 ya, yang sudah lewat. Kemudian inovasi ini penting karena mampu untuk memecahkan solve the complex problem. Tantangan modern seperti ketimpangan, inequality, perubahan iklim, dan kesenjangan pendidikan bersifat multidimensi dan kompleks. Inovasi mendorong pemecahan masalah yang kreatif, kolaboratif, kolaborasi interdisiplin, ya, dan perancangan solusi baru di luar metode yang tradisional. Contoh, seorang kepala sekolah menghadapi masalah yang kompleks, perbedaan yang signifikan dalam tingkat pembelajaran siswa setelah pandemi. Kemudian kepala sekolah tersebut menerapkan pembelajaran terdiferensiasi yang didukung oleh platform digital. Yang ketiga, inovasi dapat meningkatkan efisiensi dan efektivitas. Inovasi akan menghasilkan proses, ya, akan meningkatkan proses yang lebih baik, proses itu menjadi lebih baik, keputusan berbasis data, dan manajemen sumber daya yang lebih baik atau lebih efektif dan efisien. Dalam tata kelola misalnya sistem digital dan e-government itu bisa meningkatkan transparansi, akuntabilitas, dan penyediaan layanan publik yang cepat. Inovasi dapat mengencourage ya participation and collaboration. Tata kelola yang inovatif mendorong pengambilan keputusan yang inklusif dengan menggunakan pendekatan partisipatif, dan komunikasi modern yang melibatkan masyarakat, pemangku kepentingan, serta para staf secara lebih efektif. Inovasi juga dapat membangun build sustainable and future-oriented system. Inovasi memastikan kepemimpinan dan tata kelola siap menghadapi masa depan. Tidak hanya berfokus pada penyelesaian masalah saat ini, tetapi juga mengantisipasi dan mempertimbangkan tantangan masa depan melalui pembelajaran dan kemampuan beradaptasi yang berkelanjutan. Inovasi, improve organizational culture, ya. Kepemimpinan yang inovatif menumbuhkan budaya kreativitas, kepercayaan, dan perbaikan berkelanjutan, memotivasi anggota tim untuk memberikan ide dan menerima perubahan daripada menolaknya. Dan yang terakhir, ya, inovasi drive competitive advantage. Baik di sektor publik maupun swasta, inovasi memberikan keunggulan yang strategis pada organisasi, di mana organisasi dapat merekrut orang-orang yang profesional, meningkatkan reputasi, dan memastikan keberhasilan jangka panjang. In short, in summary, inovasi sangat diperlukan dalam kepemimpinan dan tata kelola karena memastikan relevansi, efektivitas, dan berkelanjutan dalam dunia yang terus berubah. What is the main focus of innovation? At least ada 3 fokus dari inovasi, yaitu improving the quality of education or learning, ya, meningkatkan kualitas pendidikan atau pembelajaran, seperti metode pembelajaran yang kreatif, PBL, problem based learning, project based learning, dan pembelajaran yang berpusat pada murid. Adaptasi digital, ya, adapting digital technology, seperti dengan inovasi kita bisa memanfaatkan artificial intelligence. Apa sih yang nggak bisa kita cari sekarang ini melalui tanya saja sama ChatGPT, semuanya akan keluar di situ. Ya, tadinya jujur saja saya tadinya nggak bisa bikin pantun, tapi begitu saya minta ChatGPT, tolong bikinkan saya pantun untuk ini gitu ya, keluar pantunnya. Bagus kan tadi pantunnya ya? Bagus. Itu dia, karena ChatGPT ada, alhamdulillah gitu. Oke. Apa tadi ya? Oh, oke. Pantun. Oke. Fokus dari inovasi adalah strengthening governance, ya, memperkuat tata kelola seperti pengambilan keputusan berbasis bukti atau berbasis data, kemudian transparansi dan partisipasi semua pihak. Sekarang kita membicarakan apa sih sebenarnya inovasi di dalam kepemimpinan pendidikan. Inovasi dalam kepemimpinan pendidikan dapat kita artikan sebagai penerapan pendekatan kreatif dan berwawasan ke depan oleh para pemimpin untuk meningkatkan pembelajaran dan kinerja institusi atau lembaga atau sekolah. Karakteristiknya kita bisa lihat di situ, visionary and inspiring change in the school culture, building a professional learning community. Ya, dengan inovasi akan menjadi lebih mudah untuk membangun komunitas pembelajaran yang profesional. Kemudian utilizing technology for management and learning, ya, yang di dalam kepemimpinan sekarang kita kenal dengan digital leadership. Seorang pemimpin kalau tidak memanfaatkan teknologi digital maka akan tertinggal banyak. Encouraging experimentation, kemudian data driven decision making and continuous learning, belajar berkelanjutan atau long life education, ya, menanamkan nilai-nilai itu. Nah, apa bentuk dari inovasi in educational innovation in leadership, ya, apa bentuk-bentuknya? There are many form of innovation in leadership. Success pertama adalah transformational leadership. Ini sudah tidak asing lagi bagi kita, ya. Pemimpin menginspirasi dan memotivasi para pengikutnya untuk melampaui harapan dengan menumbuhkan kreativitas, berbagi visi, dan komitmen terhadap perubahan. Kemudian ada digital leadership, kepemimpinan digital. Para pemimpin yang inovatif mengintegrasikan teknologi ke dalam proses organisasi, pengambilan keputusan, pembelajaran, dan komunikasi untuk meningkatkan efisiensi dan kemampuan beradaptasi di era digital. Kemudian kolaboratif leadership, ya, menekankan pada kerjasama, pada keterlibatan, partisipasi orang-orang yang ada di dalam organisasi, ya, di dalam membuat keputusan, di dalam menyelesaikan permasalahan. Nah, kemudian ada agile leadership, yaitu pemimpin yang mengadopsi pendekatan yang fleksibel, adaptif, dan responsif untuk mengelola perubahan dan ketidakpastian yang konstan secara efektif. Ada juga servant leadership, ya, kepemimpinan yang melayani, sustainable leadership, kepemimpinan yang mengintegrasikan tanggung jawab sosial, tata kelola yang etis, dan kesadaran lingkungan ke dalam praktek kepemimpinan untuk keberlanjutan organisasi dalam jangka panjang.
Excuse me, Bu Ica, you still have 9 minutes.
Oh, okay. I just
Sorry.
started. Inclusive leadership, kemudian ada lagi data driven leadership. Ya, design thinking leadership. Apa pula itu ya? Design thinking leadership itu adalah kepemimpinan yang menggunakan pendekatan yang didorong oleh empati dan berpusat pada pengguna untuk memecahkan masalah yang mendorong eksperimen dan perbaikan secara berulang. Inklusif, wah, tadi design thinking ya. Kalau inklusif, ada lagi inclusive leadership, itu pemimpin yang merangkul keberagaman, kesetaraan, dan inklusi untuk merangsang berbagai perspektif, menumbuhkan kreativitas dan inovasi dalam tim. Data driven leadership, kepemimpinan yang berbasis data, learning oriented leadership, kepemimpinan yang berbasis pada pembelajaran. Ada beberapa dimensi tentang educational innovation, itu instructional innovation, organizational innovation, governance innovation, dan cultural innovation. Pertanyaan kita selanjutnya adalah seperti apa how leadership innovation is practiced. Ya, ada beberapa cara untuk melihat praktek kepemimpinan inovasi dari para pemimpin. At least ada beberapa di sini ya. Yang pertama adalah visioner dan adaptif. Ya. Kemudian membangun tim yang inovatif. Kemudian use creative and empathetic thinking to design better and more innovative solution. Jadi di dalam memecahkan masalah, pemimpin yang inovatif menggunakan pemikiran yang kreatif dan empati, penuh empati. Kemudian use empowering teacher as change agent. Jadi guru itu bukan hanya sebagai pelaksana pembelajaran, tetapi guru juga merupakan agen perubahan, mendesain perubahan, ya, membuat keputusan, mengungkapkan ide-ide. Kemudian encourage experimentation and learning from failure. Jadi di sini kepemimpinan yang inovatif menciptakan budaya di mana orang-orang bebas mencoba ide-ide baru, berani mengambil risiko dan belajar dari kesalahan tanpa takut untuk dihukum. Dalam kepemimpinan dan tata kelola yang inovatif, kegagalan bukanlah akhir, melainkan bagian dari proses pembelajaran yang mengarah pada solusi yang lebih baik. Kemudian ada lagi integrated technology for better communication. Jadi itu kalau kepala sekolah menerapkan inovasi, dia mengintegrasikan, memanfaatkan teknologi, kemudian membangun partnership kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak dan juga kerjasama dengan sekolah yang lain. Kemudian inovasi dalam governance, apa itu? Ya, inovasi dalam tata kelola berarti mereformasi struktur kebijakan dan pengambilan keputusan untuk menjadikan pendidikan lebih responsif, partisipatif, efektif, dan efisien. Key dimensionnya sentralisasi, e-government, ya, stakeholder participation, data driven management, transparansi dan akuntabilitas, evidence or research based policy. Jadi membuat kebijakan berbasis riset, bukan kebijakan berbasis perasaan. Apa saja itu dimensinya? Ada policy innovation, ya, pembaruan dalam kebijakan lebih fleksibel, lebih adaptif, ya, struktural lebih terdesentralisasi, prosesnya transparan dan akuntabel, kemudian teknologi in governance, artinya memanfaatkan teknologi digital dalam mengelola. Nah, di dalam melaksanakan inovasi ini banyak challenges, ya, tantangan yang kita hadapi. Jadi memang tidak mudah untuk mengimplementasikan inovasi. Ya, pertama adalah penolakan terhadap perubahan. Jadi tidak semua perubahan itu membuat, jadi perubahan itu tidak membuat semua orang itu happy gitu ya. Mungkin banyak yang tidak happy. Saya sendiri juga kalau ada perubahan di Universitas Negeri Padang ini kadang-kadang nyeletuk, aduh apalagi ini ya, nambah pekerjaan saja. Ya, jadi resistensi itu merupakan tantangan, challenges bagi para pemimpin di dalam menerapkan inovasi. Kemudian limited digital competence, ya, keterbatasan kemampuan tentang teknologi digital. Kita akui, ya, seperti saya ini juga sudah agak sedikit gatek di dalam memanfaatkan teknologi digital. Kemudian hambatan atau kendala dari sumber daya, karena pembaruan itu memang memerlukan sumber daya yang baru, ya. Kemudian hambatan birokrasi. Nah, ini kadang-kadang kita diminta untuk melakukan pembaruan, tetapi birokrasinya masih panjang, sehingga susah bagi kita untuk mengimplementasikan pembaruan itu. Kemudian juga aturan-aturan yang rigid, ya, apa istilahnya? Contohnya nih ya, sebuah sekolah mungkin dapat mencoba pendekatan pengajaran baru karena peraturan pendidikan nasional secara ketat mendefinisikan kurikulum. Tapi peraturan itu mendefinisikan kurikulum itu secara ketat gitu ya. Harus ikut ini dia aturannya. Katanya disuruh pembaruan, tapi aturannya rigid. Dan juga need for continuous leadership development. Nah, apa strateginya ya untuk mengatasi hambatan atau tantangan-tantangan tersebut? Pasti pertama kita harus melakukan capacity building, ya. Kemudian foster innovative mindset among leaders and educators. Bagaimana caranya? Ya, kita encourage culture of creativity. Kemudian provide continuous professional learning, promote collaboration, recognize reward and innovation, ya. Jangan lupa untuk memberikan reward kepada mereka-mereka yang sudah melaksanakan inovasi. Kemudian empower autonomy and decision making. Use reflective practice, ya. Kemudian empower teacher and student, ya. Jadi guru dan siswa kita berdayakan, bukan diperdayakan. Betul ya? Kita memberdayakan, bukan memperdayakan. Jadi kita encourage otonomi, provide resource support, ya, harus ada support system. Kemudian kita lakukan kolaborasi, recognize achievement tadi sudah disampaikan, dan di dalam membuat keputusan kita ikutkan guru dan juga peserta didik, warga sekolah. Kemudian kita perkuat, ya, strengthening digital literasi among teachers, ya. Ada pelatihan-pelatihan untuk melek digital, encourage research and experimentation, kemudian menyelaraskan policy dengan tujuan inovasi. Kalau ada policy yang out of date, kita perbarui, kita buat policy yang lebih fleksibel sehingga inovasi bisa terlaksana. Kemudian kita manfaatkan teknologi, ya. Yang terpenting juga kita invest in digital leadership, artinya kita harus mengalokasikan resources, kita melakukan training, ya, support to develop leaders who can effectively guide digital. Nah, kemarin ini sedikit contoh ya. Kemarin ada kepala sekolah ujian tesis. Harusnya kepala sekolah itu bisa memanfaatkan teknologi yang sederhana, tetapi kemarin itu ternyata kepala sekolahnya belum mampu memanfaatkan teknologi. Sehingga gimana inovasi itu akan berlangsung kalau kepala sekolahnya saja belum paham, tapi mungkin memang kepala sekolahnya lebih kurang daripada gurunya kali ya. Sekarang ini ya. Oke, the future of educational leadership, ya, from control to empowerment, from hierarchy to collaboration, from standardization to personalization in learning. Ya, kalau dulu semua pakai standar pembelajarannya semua sama, sampai sekarang pembelajaran yang berdiferensiasi, itu kata Mas Menteri. Kemudian from content to competencies. Kalau dulu kita menguasai konten, tapi sekarang kita bisa menggunakan konten itu, memanfaatkannya. Future direction, harus ada sustainable leadership, kemudian agile governance, integration antara AI, VR, dan AR. Apa itu? Artificial intelligence, virtual reality, dan augmented reality. In conclusion, ya, inovasi itu membuat kepemimpinan dan tata kelola menjadi lebih efektif. Inovasi merupakan kunci bagi keberhasilan untuk pendidikan masa depan. Ya. Kepemimpinan yang inovatif harus visioner, adaptif, dan kolaboratif. Kemudian tata kelola yang baik harus didasarkan pada transparansi, data, dan partisipasi. Dan terakhir, kombinasi antara inovasi, kepemimpinan yang inovatif, dan governance modern akan menghasilkan quality education yang relevan untuk masa depan. Demikian, terima kasih, banyak maaf. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ibu Ice, who has already shared her experience about innovation in educational leadership and governance. Oke, Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, two speakers have already presented their presentation or their view, and I think it's now your chance or your turn to ask some question or maybe to stress the question. Silahkan Bapak Ibu, kita masih punya 20 menit untuk mendetailkan atau mungkin mengelaborasi apa yang sudah kedua speaker ini sampaikan. Silahkan Bapak Ibu, boleh dalam bahasa 1-2 ya, masih sama dengan yang tadi. Tadi saya sampaikan bisa dalam beberapa bahasa. Bahasa Manado pun boleh. Tapi after that, we ask to translate into bahasa Indonesia or English. Oke, silahkan pertama Ibu Lena kalau nggak salah tadi ya. Iya, Bu Lena. Kemudian yang kedua, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Abdul Jongga. Is that right? Oke.
Baik.
Ada lagi satu lagi Ibu kalau nggak salah tadi? Nggak ada? Okay, Bu Lena, time is yours.
Baik, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I got two questions for two keynote speaker for today. First to Prof. Muazza. Thank you for being here, Prof. Soon we gonna sign the partnership, global partnership. Thank you for your kindness. In Bahasa we say adapt, Prof. Yeah, and then you give a clear example about the old person. Means that old person have a good character, let's say like that. Okay, and then now we have facing technology, Prof. And then in some point, technology can unite everyone from everywhere. But in another side, technology also can make a distance from the local situations. Anyone busy with their own gadget, and then lack of interactions. Well, you say that also someone with well treatment can well treat other people. And then my question is, how can we elaborate technology in reaching good characters? Because we know that technology sometimes in some other case, this make a distance among the local situation. Hope that you can take my point. And then for the second one, for Prof. Prof. Ice. My interest also in digital leadership, Prof. But we are in a village area, Prof. We, in some places even, we cannot check about digital itself, but still lack of electricity and so on. So what is a simple way for the leader to lead their people in digital leadership concept? Mudah-mudahan bisa dipahami pertanyaan saya. Terima kasih banyak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Satu-satu aja dulu ya. Ini dari Bu Lena dijawab dulu oleh Prof. Azam dan and then we ask Prof. Ice to answer the question. Yeah. Prof. Azam first.
Thank you very much for the question. Excellent question, actually. If I can understand deeply what we're trying to ask, I don't think I can answer it comprehensively. Because right now, as I mentioned, the old generation use the platform of communication to convey, to pass, to educate their peoples surrounding them. So by what platform? Through, for example, gathering. Okay, during family gathering, during religious gathering, and so on. These are the platform. But right now, with the technology, that maybe I would say cut a bit, that the chance, the opportunity to the old generation to pass, to communicate well to the new generation because of the technology. Because old generation will not, I would say, as what Prof said just now, we need to transform the people who has a lot of so-called what we call that teaching culture and so on into technology. As what I tried to share just now, VIA Institute, something to do with the character and so on. They are trying now their level best to come up with a program online They try to do something that related to character education to pass to the people through online medium. But at the same time, I believe if we can educate the old generation too, to adapt, to train them with the technology, Facebook, TikTok, and so on, they will also do something marvelous that can educate people. That is what we call that the point. Because people nowadays, the most of time they talk to their gadget. They're not talking to people outside. That is the problem. So meaning now, if the people with the good character could not, what we call that, do something, contribute something into the online platform, then would be the communication will be stopped there. Meaning to say we need somebody with a good character to also well versed with the technology so that they can pass, they can deliver, they can convey, they educate the new generation with a good character. I hope that will answer the question. I'm not blaming the old people, I'm sorry.
Oke, terima kasih. Saya jawab dalam bahasa Indonesia ya. Ibu, siapa tadi? Bu Lena ya. Ibu Lena ini yang dari Merangin ya Bu ya? Ibu kan? Asal nggak masuk angin aja ya Bu sampai sini ya. Anyway, oke. The good question ya. Bagaimana di daerah yang terbatas, sangat terbatas dengan teknologi digital. Kita tahu masih banyak daerah-daerah kita yang katakanlah terisolir, susah, internetnya nggak ada gitu ya, nggak nyambung, putus nyambung dan sebagainya. Bagaimana seorang pemimpin menerapkan, itu ya maksudnya ya, menerapkan digital leadership ini, ya gitu ya. Oke, intinya, ya digital leadership itu kita definisikan sebagai apa namanya, pemanfaatan teknologi digital oleh pemimpin ya di dalam melaksanakan proses kepemimpinannya dan juga proses manajemen di dalam pengambilan keputusan, di dalam pembelajaran dan juga di dalam komunikasi sehingga proses itu menjadi lebih efektif dan efisien. Nah, ternyata barang-barang itu nggak ada gitu ya. Sebagai tantangan bagi seorang pemimpin, tentu pertama dia harus bisa bagaimana untuk melakukan pendekatan kalau menurut saya ya kepada para decision makers untuk bagaimana mengadakan apa istilahnya itu ya. Iya, jaringan internet, teknologi. Kalau hanya sekedar komputer mungkin ada gitu, tetapi di dalam kepemimpinan digital paling rendah kita bisa memanfaatkan komputer untuk bagaimana menyimpan data dan sebagainya sehingga agak sedikit less paper. Nah, itu mungkin yang sederhana bisa diterapkan oleh kepala sekolah di dalam melaksanakan kepemimpinan digitalnya. So, use whatever you have to implement digital leadership as best as you can. Artinya kita memanfaatkan kalau di dalam pepatah orang tua kita dulu, tak ada rotan akar pun berguna, barangkali seperti itu ya. Jadi saya berpikir sepanjang ada listrik di situ, ya sudah ada listrik. Tapi kalau memang nggak ada listrik juga memang akan menjadi sangat sulit ya. Selagi ada listrik, pemimpin katakanlah kepala sekolah bisa lebih kreatif bagaimana menggunakan komputer dan juga yang pasti supaya kepemimpinan digitalnya ini bisa terimplementasi dengan baik, mereka tidak tertinggal akan informasi. Karena di dalam kepemimpinan digital kita memerlukan informasi yang cepat, tepat, akurat gitu ya. Sehingga kita tidak tertinggal Jadi harus harus melakukan pendekatan kepada para decision makers, bagaimana caranya untuk bisa apa namanya bahasa Indonesia itu ya, memprovide itu apa ya? menyediakan teknologi digital yang bisa dimanfaatkan, apakah itu untuk pembelajaran dan sebagainya. Ya kalau memang agak terbatas, memang agak susah, tapi tidak berarti tidak mungkin atau tidak bisa. Itu saja mungkin bisa memberikan jawaban. Kalau tidak, simpen dulu, nanti boleh kita diskusi lagi. Terima kasih.
Make you more clear about the duration. Okay, the next question is from Abdul Yanga. Before raising your question, could you give your identity, where you're from, and what kind of level you study in UNJ? Okay, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Once again, my name is Abdullah Jonga from the Gambia, West Africa. I am an international student in Universitas Negeri Padang under the of the digital transformation agenda in comparison to the humanistic approach. Two, in reference to the presentation of the first speaker, she buttressed on the topic, the core of education. And then he mentioned that if my memory can serve me well, knowledge without a manner is a disaster. I want him to elaborate on that phrase. The third question is for the second speaker. Can you give me a justification on the position of your presentation title in relation to the theme of the conference? Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Abdullah. Excellent questions. I try to understand what I'm trying to ask. It's about the digital transformation in, I would say, the human development, something like that. Because I'm not clear from here, right? Maybe it's related to the efficiency and also the urgency I would say that. Is it correct? Okay. If you ask me about the urgency, first of all, I would like to go for the urgency. Actually, it's a high time, okay, to transform the way of we educate people through the traditional platform, through the technology assisted program in educating people, because at the moment the technology actually surpasses a lot of things. We actually more towards the materialistic compared to, I would say, the materialistic means to achieve what actually we want in our life, in the current life, not from the inside. The inside means, for example, the integrity. The character means the integrity, the set of moral reasoning, moral judgment, integrity. So that meaning we do something that's for the purpose of getting the reward without considering the good deeds or the integrity or the sincerity and so on. So right now, technology has changed us to get whatever that we want without checking whether the path to get it, to achieve the objective, is it correct or not. So the technology actually give us the so-called a way sometimes to not to do the right thing. For example, in Facebook, for example, in other social media, we come up with fake identity and so on. The moment people establish a fake identity, meaning to say their inner self is not really sincere. So the sincerity is very important. We don't want to be like people see Machiavelli, matlamat menghalalkan cara. So meaning we just achieve the objective without checking the way how to get it. So through technology, people with the good deeds, people with the knowledge should do something to educate, to write something through the technology platform. Right through the technology platform, pass something to people. Those days, people come up with through what we call that, but social media, we can write something that good to pass the knowledge to others. So the agency is very, very, what we call high. And then through this way, I would say, it would increase the efficiency of doing good things to educate people to achieve what actually we want now. So through to develop the inner self, meaning the character, the integrity, and so on. Is that answer your question? Okay. Thank you. Okay. For the next question, will be answered by Lisa.
Thank you, Mr. Jongga, for your question. So if I can make it short, for your question is how my topic related to the theme of the conference. Is it correct? Yeah. Okay. If you look at to the theme of the conference is what is it? How to manage and to lead education for the sustainable development goals. Yeah. So we try to find to try to find many ways, some ways. I mean, to to achieve SDGs, especially include in leadership and management. So there is cannot be questioning. I mean that leadership and governance of education is play an important roles to achieve SDGs, yeah, Sustainable Development Goals. One of the what do you call? One of the strategic to achieve that accordance in relation to leadership and governance, I thought is about innovation. So leaders have to apply innovation in their leadership and also in governing the institution. So that's what I offer in my presentation. So my conclusion is that my presentation is very related to the topic or theme of our conference today. I think that's it. My explanation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. All presentation from both speakers will make us more understand, especially about the managing factor and then related to the innovation and management. Okay, Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, unfortunately we don't have more time since it's 12 dan saya kira kita harus mengakhiri sesi paralel yang kedua ini dan kami mengucapkan terima kasih atas segala perhatian, segala informasi ataupun juga pertanyaan atau rincian dari beberapa hal yang kami terima pada siang hari ini. Tapi sebelum kita tutup acara ini, we have to thanks to both speakers that have already explained their experience about their topic. For the first speaker, he gave us a very insightful presentation. He reminded us that characters and emotion education are deeply connected. Children learn values best when they can also understand and manage their emotion. I think this is a very important conclusion. And then for the second speaker, we learned that innovative leadership requires vision, adaptability, collaboration, and digital transformation. Strong government ensure accountability and inclusivity. Together, they help school become more responsive and sportive. Okay, I think that's all our second session today. And again, we thank very much for all your participation. Again, for the president of Mazam and for his, we thank very much for your insightful and very very important presentation. Kita akhiri dari kami cukup sekian dan apabila we have a lot of kekurangan weaknesses, we hope that Bapak Ibu bisa memaafkannya dan kita beri sekali lagi host untuk mereka berdua.
Terima kasih untuk semuanya dan kami mohon diri dan langsung juga kami berterima kasih pada BI telah membantu kami untuk mensukseskan presentasi ini. Bila itu oleh kepada wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kita kembalikan kepada MC. Oke, terima kasih. Thank you very much, Mr. Hadianto, for amazing as moderator and also the amazing guest speaker for giving us much knowledge. Yeah. Okay, right now we're giving a certificate for our guest speaker. The first is Mr. Associate Professor Dr. Muazzam Muhammad. Uh, to Miss Sulastri. Okay. Okay. Text ada foto. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the next Miss Professor Nurhizra will giving by Miss Sulastri. Okay, we'll take a photo. 3, 2, 1. Again. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Giving applause for us. Okay, taking a pictures. Ibu mau. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Three, two, one. Okay, again. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Thank you so much for amazing guest speaker, moderator, and Notulen. Thank you, Prof. Okay. Okay, guys, ladies and gentlemen, the next program is we move to a commercial break. Let's enjoy. Thank you.
Tes. Baik, sebelumnya dimohonkan kepada Bapak Ibu tamu undangan dipersilahkan untuk beristirahat sejenak dan bisa makan yang telah disediakan oleh panitia di sebelah kanan kiri saya.
Ada penyerahan. Eh, kita panggil kepada Ibu Sulastri. Bu Sulastri, Pak Muhammad Asab memberikan buku.
Baik, dimohonkan kepada Bapak Ibu tamu undangan untuk bisa melangsungkan penyantapan makanan yang telah kami sediakan di sebelah kiri saya. Nggak apa-apa untuk istirahat sampai jam 13.30 lagi Bapak Ibu. Karena jam 13.30 kita akan melangsungkan parallel session. Baik, terima kasih.
Tapi letak si sekolah bang, ya kan? Letak si sekolah kan? Masih. Oh, salah.
Kita akan melaksanakan di ruangan baru ini yang akan segera menjadi dua bagian. Sedangkan untuk kegiatan parallel session juga akan dilaksanakan di ruangan sebelah. Dan parallel session akan dilaksanakan di ruangan. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya.
Kamera apa ini materi?
Itu aja apa?
Iya. Zoom tetap, soalnya kan pakai paralel kan? Ya, iya. Nah, berarti bel yang host kan?
Ada sini bel.
Nah, bel host ya. Abang ya. Nah, abang ada kan?
Itu loh anak bel. Tadi di bawah ada. Tolong sih bel. Oh enggak tuh, ibu kan handphone Pak sini apa? Tuh enggak tuh baterai itu.
Nah, makan lah bel lu. Pisan bel lu. Bel lu buncit deh pagi tadi, Bu.
Dari malam ya lah jam 11 ya pulang.
Kamera di ketapian ada, Bang. Iya, itu masalah saya itu kamera.
Iya, iya. Kan lama-lama, Pak.
Baik, izin Bapak Ibu semuanya. Eh, untuk selanjutnya dipersilakan kepada Bapak dan Ibu untuk eh, beristirahat, commercial break. Silakan bagi yang mau makan dan mau minum. Untuk sesi selanjutnya, paralel kita akan kembali pada pukul 13.30 waktu Indonesia bagian Barat dengan link Zoom yang sama. Silakan bagi Bapak Ibu ingin menikmati makanan dan minuman terlebih dahulu. Nanti kami tunggu kembali pada pukul 13.30. Baiklah, atas perhatiannya saya ucapkan terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Kita coba nanti. Baca. Oh iya, Prof.
Halo host, selamat siang.
Ah, sehat ya?
Apa? Oh.
Ganti baju.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Ibu Anita.
Okay, can we start now or we have to wait someone here first?
It's up to you, Bu Anita. You will be the moderator for this parallel session, isn't it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to present the materials.
Oh, I think you are the moderator. Okay, sorry.
It's okay. So, we have to wait first or we are going to start?
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Ibu Enceria Damanik.
Okay, my apology due to miscommunication that I thought I will be in loading panel session, but indeed I'm here. So my apology that it has been 11 minutes late. So it's the time to start then. Okay, first of all, I would like to say hello to you all. And I would like to say Assalamualaikum for those who are Muslim. And let me make sure that there are five presenters here now. Is it right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I see if Marinu Waru here already? Because I saw the screen. Thank you. What about Rismawati? Are you there? Rismawati. Okay, maybe we wait for Rismawati for about 2 minutes. She might left the group due to my lateness. So let's see within 2 minutes. Otherwise, we can start. Okay, thank you. Not to overage you the time. I think we have to start now. Can I ensure that my voice clearly heard?
Yes.
Yes,
Thank you.
clear.
Thank you. So I would like to read the rule that each of you will be given 10 minutes, the most for the presentation, and we might have question and answer from all of you. And also, I would like to notify that this presentation is being recorded, and also based on the schedule that the first will be Dwi Sartika SPD MPD, and I've shown, okay, you're here, thank you. And the next will be Marimu Waru, okay, you are here, thank you. And then the next will be Wahira Abdul, I don't see there. Okay, Anita, may I know if you were enrolled in late that I don't see your name here. I'm sorry, the community didn't give me your name.
I represent Mrs. Yari.
Okay, okay. I definitely, because the committee told me there are two people or three that came last night contact the committee, so I believe maybe that's you. Anyway, I think now we start from the one number one, that's Dwi Sartika SPD MPD. Are you ready, Dwi?
I'm ready, Ibu.
Okay, so do you need any help from us for your share screen for your presentation, or can
That's
you just
okay.
ask you to
I'll do
start?
it by myself. Thank
Okay,
you.
that's lovely, Dwi Sartika. Okay, dear audience, we welcome Dwi Sartika SPD MPD. She's going to present her work titled The Role of Principal as Manager in Implementing Inclusive Education for Students with Special Need at SD Negeri 4 Palangkaraya. Okay, Dwi Sartika, the time is yours.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ibu Encheria, for giving me this time, because I would like to present my presentation. Can you all hear my voice? I want to make sure first.
Definitely, I can hear your voice clearly.
Okay, thank you. Wait. I'll show my PowerPoint. Okay. Okay, here we go. Good afternoon, Bapak dan Ibu.
Good afternoon.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, salam sejahtera bagi kita sekalian. Salam kebajikan. First of all, we offer our praise and gratitude to God Almighty, for it is by His grace that we can meet here through Zoom meeting to present our presentation. I would like to introduce myself first. My name is Dwi Sarticha. I am a lecturer at Palangkaraya State Christian Institute atau Institut Agama Kristen Negeri Palangkaraya, Central Kalimantan. And now I will present my simple research entitled The Role of Principal as Manager in Implementing Inclusive Education for Students with Special Needs at SD Negeri 4 Palangkaraya. At these pictures, we can see that there is a principal and also a picture of key and also a school. We know that modern education greatly needs school leaders who can guide the school to achieve its goals and programs. The school principals, with all their roles, must understand the complexity and uniqueness of the school as an organization and execute each role model. According to Mulyasa, the roles inherent in a school principal consist of 7 roles, namely the principal as an educator, administrator, supervisor, leader, innovator, motivator, and also manager. Each of these roles, of course, is performed through various forms of activities or different strategies. For example, the principal's role as a manager can be realized by carrying out management functions, starting from planning, organizing, directing, and also evaluation. One of the educational programs currently being developed in regular schools across Indonesia is inclusive education. To support the realization of inclusive education, inclusive schools are necessary. An inclusive school is a regular school that coordinates and integrates regular students and students with disabilities in the same program. As we know that inclusive education has several goals, like I show here, there are 8. The first one is creating quality, equitable, and non-discriminatory education. The second one is fostering life within diversity. The third one is transforming differences into something beautiful and making it a strength. Number 4, reaching the unreached one. The most effective educational paradigm for achieving universal basic education. The most effective educational paradigm for realizing education for all. A contextual social education paradigm as a vehicle for professionalizing the teaching profession and a means for reminding us that we have the philosophy of Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Here is the picture of SD Negeri 4 Palangka. So, based on the decree of the head of the Palangkaraya City Education Office number, like everyone can see here for the number and etc. SD Negeri 4 Palangkaraya here is one of the elementary schools in Palangkaraya City, designed it as a pilot project school for the development of Selaras Inclusive Education Program in Palangkaraya City. So this means that this school has been operating with the status of a reference school for developing inclusive education for approximately 2 years. And based on the interview with the principal, the school had already begun accepting and also handling students with special needs since 2019, even before the designation based on the aforementioned decree. The trust and evaluation of parents of students with special needs, or we mention as PDBK, peserta didik berkebutuhan khusus, regarding the principal's integrity and performance in handling PDBK is one of the reasons why SD Negeri 4 Palangkaraya is always be the number 1 choice for an inclusive school in Palangkaraya for elementary school. And for the theoretical work, I use these 3 theory, as you can see here. And then for the methods, this research is phenomenological approach and a kind of qualitative research. And I use 2 data source, primary and then secondary. And then for the data collection techniques, I use interview, observation, documentation, and also data analysis techniques. I use with the data reduction, data display, and conclusion drawing. This is the data of the students of special needs at SD Negeri 4 Palangkaraya. And I found that there are 8 classrooms at the school and 24 students with special needs. And also there are 11 categories of special needs categories. And also the special education teacher or guru pendidik khusus, there are only 6 recruited from foundation, and the rest comes from PDBK's parents and also family. As the manager of inclusive education at SD Negeri 4 Palangka, the principal has done these 4 functions as management. The first one is planning. The principal finalize the new student admission or PPDB activities for PDBK, and then she identifies the needs of a PDBK and also socializes inclusive school policies. The second function is organizing. So the principal divides tasks among the classroom teachers and the special education teacher. And then she also delegates teachers and GPK alternately to be actively involved in education and training, socialization, and seminars related to inclusive education and PDBK. And also she forms a working team through learning community meetings for PDBK along with classroom teachers and also GPK. And also the principal builds internal in external cooperation in implementing inclusive education. The third function is actuating. The principal has done provided direction to teachers related to learning activities. She also offers socialization for parents of PDBK and teachers, and also she offers motivation for all teachers. And the fourth function is controlling. So the principal also evaluates PDBK learning achievement reports and also evaluates the performance of the teacher and also prepares the follow-up action plans. And the last is conclusion from this research. I can conclude that the principal's role as a manager in implementing inclusive education for PDBK at SD Negeri 4 Palangka has been carried out systematically through the four basic management activities such as planning, organizing, actuating, and also controlling. And I hope this finding can serve as a reference for other principles, both those currently implementing and those who will implement inclusive education for PDBK. I want to say Arek terima kasih, banyak terima kasih, Tarimo kasih banyak, thank you so much.
Thank you for Dwi Satika. And I find that you are very good, timely manner that it just exactly 10 minutes.
Thank
Okay,
you.
let me see. Emoticon actually and a show. Yeah, an applause for you. Okay. Okay, that's very interesting that you talk about inclusive education, yeah? That's
Yeah.
very interesting. And I would like to ask the floor if there is any of you would like to ask question.
Okay.
Okay.
Silahkan, Bapak Ibu. If you have a question, maybe.
Okay, anyway, this article, I'm really interested to see your work. If maybe someday I would like to read how you this to explain this what's the role of the principal actually in implementing this inclusive education for students, which is I think so many still schools nowadays ignore, and I myself found some schools even still reject students who are not those who have disability, and that I think I'm sad about it, but I definitely could say nothing because every school have their own policy, but anyway, all of us struggle together how to make the education for all. Thanks so much, Dwi
Thank
Sartika,
you.
for your presentation. And if no one, I would like to remind all of you that if you see in the screen that you're supposed to fill out the attendance list provided by the committee. Okay. Okay, next one. We'd like to welcome Marinu Waru. Not she, sorry. He's going to present work titled The Role of Transformational Leadership in Developing Teacher Motivation and Skills in the Digital Era. Okay, that's very interesting. Is the word digital era, okay? Marimu Maru, my major also about transformational leadership, so it's very interesting indeed for me. Okay, Marimaru, I would like you to introduce yourself and then present your work. Okay, Marimu. How do how call you? What is your nickname?
Marino.
Marino. Is it
Marino.
Waru
Yeah.
family name or only just second name?
Omnias Warugu.
Okay, Waru.
Yeah.
Okay, Marino, the screen is yours.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to present my paper. Can you hear my voice, everyone?
I can hear clearly, Marino.
Okay. Okay, my name is Marino Warugu. I come from Pontianak and I teach in Universitas Tanjung Pura or University Tanjung Pura, Tanjung Pura University. My title is the role of transformational leadership in developing teacher motivation and skill in the digital era. The background is transformational leadership plays an important role in addressing educational challenges in the digital era. This leadership model emphasizes inspiration, motivation, and professional development for teachers so that they can adapt to technological changes in learning, especially in school or university. Research method, research background, the development of digital technology is changing the teaching and learning process. However, many teachers still find it difficult to maintain their motivation and digital skills. Principals play a strategy role through transformational leadership to help teachers adapt and develop. Research objective, this study aims to analyze the role of transformational leadership in improving teacher motivation and skills in the digital age, particularly in the border region of Sanggau Regency between Indonesia and Malaysia, Kalimantan, Borneo. Research method, subject 228 teachers from 30 high school in Sanggau Regency. Instrument, questionnaire, and open interviews, data analysis, descriptive statistic, and thematic analysis. Research finding, teacher motivation mean 3.6, teacher digital skills mean 3.29. The better the transformational leadership of the principal, the higher the motivation and digital skills of teachers. And the leaders counter resistance. Okay, ini continue lanjut. School principals in border areas implement transformational leadership through the digital vision and open communication. Yeah. To support the second, support and appreciation for teachers. The third, exploratory behavior and encouragement of innovation. However, there are still obstacles in terms of facilities and digital training. Discussion, transformational leadership has proven effective in enhancing teachers' motivation and digital competence. even in border regions with limited resources. Transformational leaders foster an innovative, adaptive, and digital-oriented school culture. Conclusion, transformational leadership plays an important role in improving teachers' motivation and digital skills. Visionary, inspiring, and caring principles create an adaptive work environment. Policy support is needed to strengthen digital leadership, training, and educational infrastructure in border areas. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, so I can conclude that one that you said that it's found that it's very significant, yeah, that
Yeah.
the transformation leadership can improve the teacher motivation and skill. Okay, in digital era, that's lovely. Okay, good. Before we continue, I would like to ask the floor. Welcome, yeah. I saw that there's newcomer like Nobita, yeah. Welcome to the discussion. Any question for Mr. Marino? Okay, fine. If no question, thanks so much for that very insight presentation about leadership in developing teacher motivation. The next one, we would like to welcome next participants, namely Wahira Abdul Hamid, which is not here, but I have here also the name Uhwa Hasanah is not here. Okay. What about Nobita Triwijayanti? What?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Nobita. I'm sorry, I haven't got your title and your abstract. If you can
I'm
let me know what's
presented. Yes, I'm presented from Pak Heri Sanoto.
Okay. Okay. And what's the work title you are going to present?
The title is Optimizing School Financial Management Through the School Financial Management Information System.
Oh, that's interesting. You talk about optimizing about finance at school. Oh, it's
Yeah.
also something to do with very administration, yeah? That's lovely, Nobita. I would also like you to introduce to us about you, and then after that, you were given in total 10 minutes to give your presentation. Nabila Triwijayanti, the time is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First time my voice is clear and my picture is clear. Okay.
Yes, definitely it's very clear. And your picture also there and your voice also clear.
Okay, thank you. Okay. This is my presentation from my journal. The title is Optimizing School Financial Management Through the School Financial Management Information System, SIMKU Edu. And then my team is Heri Sanoto, Pak Dani Kusuma, and me. For introduction, effective and efficient financial management is a key element in ensuring the quality of education service in school. Good financial management include planning, organizing, implementing, and supervising financial resource to achieve education goal optimally. However, many schools still face challenges in many financial transparency and accountability, which can have a negative impact on the quality of education provided. And then the next is research background. Good financial management help improve school quality, but many schools still use manual financial system. One of which is SMK Manahan, Surakarta. Manual recording is time-consuming, error-prone, and less transparent. A digital solution is SimKU Edu. Is need to improve efficiency and accountability. What is SimKU Edu? The SimKU Edu is carrying out 4 main strategies. The first is the digitalization of the school financial system is implemented to replace manual recording, reduce the risk of error, and improve the accuracy and efficiency of financial reporting. Second, this system is designed to be standard and integrate, covering budget planning, transaction recording, and automatic reporting modules that can be accessed by interested parties. Third, human resource competence are improved through training for administrative staff and school principals in operating technology-based systems. Four, financial security and transparency is tracked through data encryption feature and use authentication and restricted action for relevant parties. With this approach, SimKU Edu is expected to improve efficiently, accountability, and transparency in school financial management in a sustainable manner. Problem statement. We have 4 problem statements. The first is, how is the current school management system implemented at SMK Manahan Surakarta? The second, how valid and reliable is the system ensure and optimally of school financial management through the school financial management system, SimKU Edu. And then the third is, how effective is in implementation of the school SimKU Edu in optimizing school financial management. And then the last one is, how practical is SimKU Edu in school financial management. And then for the research method, we use mixed method, qualitative and quantitative. And then this is results. Qualitative finding for the manual system. Time consuming, relate on manual cash book, and redundant data entry into Microsoft Excel. For error prone, high competition of input error, data duplication, calculation mistake, and loss replace. Invention, cause-second delay in data recording, financial recording, and fund disbursement for school activity. Lack transparency. Difficult for principals to access the real-time data, reporting to parents and the funding was minimal and show high risk. Physical document truck was disorganized, hard to audit, and carry to high risk of data loss and damage. And then system validation, can see validation is all item valid. Reliable is very high reliability. Practicality is very practical. Practicality for adaptation time for new user is practical. And then practicality for overall average score is very practical. And then system effectiveness for manual versus SIMKU. Monthly report time for manual system is 5 days, and then with SIMKU Edu system only 1 day. And then data relay time, manual system 45 minutes for transaction, and then SIMKU Edu 5 minutes, and etc. Okay. The result of the validity, reliability, and effectivity and practicality test demonstrate that SIMKU system need to create the being valid, effective, and practical from school financial administration. It is valid because the future like with a functional request system of financial management. It's effective because it's significantly improve efficiently, accurately, and transparently in financial report. And it is practical because it's easy to operate and requires minimal training for use. For this discussion, SIMKU Edu can be improved efficiently and then managed for error for accountability and transparently real-time access. Support digital transportation and good governance. And use find is easy and reliable. That stand accountability and decision make. The conclusion, SIMKU Edu is valid, effective, and
you have to shorten your presentation.
Okay, it's the last slide.
No, it's left.
Okay. And then improve financial management effective and transparency and accounting in school. And then accurate digital culture in school administration and model for sustainable and transportation and school governance. Okay. And then recommendation, provide training for administration staff, and then tractor infrastructure for the system sustainability and expand implementation to other schools. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's give applause to Nobita for her insight presentation. Okay, it's interesting also you talk about the SIMKEW, yeah? The effectiveness and efficiency of final management. It's in SMK Manahan Surakarta, is it right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. From others, maybe any question or maybe need something from Nobita Trijayanti, or is just okay? Okay, fine. No question. We continue to the next speaker, which is Anita Ayukusuma. Okay, Anita, also, my apology that I don't get the title of your, are you the first writer or you are just the partner, if I may know, Anita?
I'm the partner of Mrs. Yari. And this is my first time, but Mrs. Yuri
Okay.
is not the first time.
Okay, so the partner of who is the first writer name?
Yari Dwi Kurnaningsih.
Okay, Yari Kurnianingsih. Okay, good. Welcome Anita Ayuku Sumawardani. Introduce yourself, and it's very good if you can explain also actually where you are, what institution are you, and yeah, I give you about 10 minutes presentation, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I want to introduce myself first. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anita
Good
Ayuku
afternoon,
Sumawardani.
Anita.
Yes, thank you. My name is Anita Ayuku Sumawardani. I'm a student of Master's Program Education Administration in Satya Wacana Christian University, Salatiga. And now I'm going to present about observation and reflective discussion model as an effort to optimize academic supervision in schools. Okay, I'm going to share the slide first. Is it okay if like this, or I need to slideshow because I need a problem if I show it with the slideshow? Is it
It's
okay like
okay, I
this?
can see
Okay.
clearly. It's okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Now I'm going to explain about our journal here. The researchers are Yari Dwi Kurnaningsih, Marinu Warunwu, and me, Anita Ayuku Sumawardani. And today I'm going to represent them to present our journal. This is the abstract. The quality of learning in schools largely depends on teacher professionalism, which can be strengthened through effective academic supervision. However, supervision in many schools tends to be administrative, lacking reflection and follow-up. This study explores instructional round as an innovative strategy to optimize academic supervision by promoting collaboration, reflection, and continuous professional learning. And then, using a mixed method approach and one-shot case study design, the research involved 30 postgraduate students in educational administration, consists of 4 principals and 26 teachers. The finding indicates that combining systematic classroom observation with reflective discussions enhance supervision, enjoyment, improve learning quality, foster a professional learning culture, and builds collegial partnership among teachers. And then instructional rounds thus offer a meaningful, participatory, and reflective model of academic supervision with tangible impact on learning quality in schools. And then, okay. Sorry. Okay, this is the introduction. The quality of learning depends on teachers' capability and professionalism. Academic supervision plays a crucial role in improving teaching quality through observation, feedback, and follow-up for teachers' professional development. Problems in academic supervision, such as first administrative and formalistic approach. Academic supervision is often viewed as an administrative duty rather than a reflective and collaborative professional development process. Many principals still perceive supervision as a formal obligation to meet performance evaluation requirements rather than a means for continuous teachers' development. And then second, lack of supervisor competence in conducting academic supervision. Many supervisors do not yet possess the necessary skill to carry out instrument-based observations, provide constructive feedback, or facilitate teacher reflection. And then the third, limited time and heavy workload. Teachers and principals generally have high workload, leaving very limited time for supervision. As a result, supervision is often conducted briefly, hastily, or only once a year without a sustainable circle of planning, observation, and reflection. This causes supervision activities to have little impact on improving the quality of teaching. And then lack of reflective and collaborative culture. Many teachers feel uncomfortable being observed because they fear negative evaluation or being seen as incompetent. This defensive attitude arises from supervision culture that tends to be top-down and evaluative rather than participatory. And then lack of follow-up after supervision. Observation report often stop at the administrative stage without any improvement plans or continuous mentoring. In reality, the essence of academic supervision lies in an ongoing cycle of observation, reflection, and improvement. Lack of innovative models in supervision implementation. Academic supervision also face challenge due to the scarcity of innovative models that adapt to the dynamic of 21st century learning. Traditional supervision, which focuses solely on evaluation, has not yet succeeded in fostering teacher creativity and deep reflection. This is the research, a new supervision approach is needed that emphasizes professional learning, collaboration, and shared reflection. One relevant approach to achieve this goal is the reflective observation and discussion model using the instructional rounds technique. In the instructional rounds technique, teachers observe their peers teaching, discuss the observation result, engage in reflection, and plan changes to improve their own teaching. To examine and pilot an academic supervision model using instructional rounds aims to foster reflective culture among teacher and supervisor, strengthen professional collaboration, improve teaching quality and student learning outcomes. And this is the research methodology. This study used a concurrent mixed method design, combining qualitative and quantitative data collected simultaneously. Data were gathered through closed-ended questionnaires, open-ended questionnaires, and interviews to capture both numerical result and deeper insight. Quantitative data were analyzed using descriptive statistics by calculating mean score and categorizing the results. Qualitative data were analyzed follow the Miles and Huberman model, which includes data reduction, data display, and conclusion drawing. The participants were 30 postgraduate students of the master program in educational administration, all serving as school principals and teachers who implemented the instructional rounds technique in their schools. Among them, 10 teachers were randomly selected for interview using simple random sampling. The research began with the discussion of best teaching practice and common learning problems faced by teachers. Teachers were divided into two groups, observers and those to be observed, focusing on innovative teachers as example. Classroom observation were then conducted, followed by group discussion and reflections based on the observation results. After the observation and reflection, teachers completed questionnaires via Google Form. Quantitative data were analyzed using mean, scores, and percentage, categorized into 5 levels: very high, high, moderate, low, and very low. Qualitative data were obtained from interviews and open-ended questionnaires and analyzed for deeper insight. The results show that the aspect of feeling happy, gaining experience, and role models were rated high, very high, scores above 4.2. Meanwhile, the aspect of motivation and improvement planning were in the highest categories, score 3.8 and 4. This indicates that instructional rounds made teachers feel happy, motivated, and inspired to improve their teaching practice. Interviews revealed that teachers felt more comfortable and relaxed when observed by peers rather than by principal. They gain new teaching ideas and strategies by observing others, such as call and response technique to engage students, game-based learning, and the use of instructional videos, project-based learning with differentiated tasks, inclusive teaching practice for students with special needs. Through reflection, teachers recognize their own weaknesses and plan ways to enhance instruction. They revise lesson plan, integrate new methods, and implemented changes in their classrooms. The
Excuse me,
process will,
Anita.
yes.
Your time is actually over. I can give you extension about 1 minute, please.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to continue to discussion. Yeah. The instruction round are collaborative professional learning strategy that allows teacher to observe and discuss effective teaching practice. The teacher are divided into small group, 3 or 5 observer, and then guided by an expert or mentor teachers. During the reflection session, teachers use the pluses and deltas format. Pluses means positive aspect observed in classroom, delta aspect that raise question or points for improvement. And then this is the conclusion. The study showed that the instructional rounds model effective improve academic supervision in school. Collaborative observation and reflection among teachers foster professional learning culture, enhance pedagogical skill, and reflective awareness. Quantitative result indicates very high score for feeling happy, get experience and role model, and high score for motivation and improvement planning. This means teachers feel inspired, motivated, and more innovative in improving their teaching. Overall, the model strengthened collaboration, transfers supervision into participatory learning process, and contributed to better teaching quality and students' outcomes. Okay, I think that's all, and this is the reference, and thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Anita, it's all right. And I find it actually it's very interesting too. You talk about that teaching like supervision, okay? But actually, I was wondering, who's the supervision here by? Is it by peer teacher or by principal or by school pengawas?
Peer teachers.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's right. Thank you.
Yeah,
That's
thank
very
you.
interesting too. Yeah, any other maybe participant would want to get more elaboration from Anita? Cool. If no one, and then we continue. I think it will be the last one. That's from Evi Segarawati. In this case, you will be represent your four other friends, right? And you are going to talk about humanistic leadership in the transformation of elementary school guidance and counseling service management. Am I right, Effie? Okay, Effie. I would like you to present your work and your friends. And of course, I would like you to introduce yourself. And also, actually, it's very interesting if we may know what's the institution you work at. Okay, not too far ado, please, Evi Segarawati Ampri, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Sorry, there is call a friar at the moment there. I'm permission for share PPT presentation. Okay. Okay. Oke. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the moderator for the opportunity. Let me introduce myself. My name is Evi Segarawati Ampri. My team in the racer is Mr. Wahasana, Mrs. Wahasana, Mr. Hasbahudin, Miss Asmerinda Reza, Miss Asri Astria, and Mr. Muhammad Inaya AM. We are all the lecturers at the PGSD Departemen and FKIP Unsul Barat, Universitas Sulawesi Barat. Okay, I will present our result. No. My result is humanistic leadership in the transformation of elementary school guidance and counseling service management. The background is my research. The education 40.0 era requires a holistic transformation in school management. Elementary school often lack formal guidance and counseling teacher. Classroom teacher and principals play a key role in student guidance. And the last, a humanistic leadership approach is essential to ensure empathy and study. The next, research problem. Research problem, my research. One, how does humanistic leadership influence the transformation of guidance and counseling service management in elementary school? The next, my research objective, the implementation of humanistic leadership in elementary school. Two, to analyze its impact on the transformation of guidance and counseling service. And then to identify strategies that from a teacher and student emotional well-being. The next, evaluation theoretical framework and Maslow hierarchy of need and self-actualization, nodding ethic of care in education, Sergio Fani, moral and human-centered leadership, and Latewood and Jansti, transformational and collaborative leadership. The next research method for approach, we are using qualitative descriptive, and the participant, principal and classroom teacher of SDN, deteng. The technique, we are using interview, observation, and documentation, analysis, thematic analysis, data reduction, display, and conclusion drawing. Finding humanistic leadership in practice. The one principle demonstrate empathy and active listening. They conducted informal reflective meeting with teacher and created a collaborative, caring, and respectful environment. The teacher felt valued and supported in addressing student needs. The finding technology integration. One simple digital tool asset, WhatsApp, Google Form, and student monitoring sheet. Improved communication among teacher, principal, and parents. Support education, zero principle, integration technology with human value. The discussion and the research, humanistic leadership by a positive and inclusive school climate, sense the quality of counseling service and teacher motivation, break structural limitation, non-formal teacher, and promotes collaboration and emotional well-being in school. The next, for conclusion, humanistic leadership is a key driver in transforming QNC management, empathy, communication, and respect improve to school emotional climate, and strength both the academic and emotional growth of teacher and student. The end, acknowledgement to appreciation to principal and teacher of Deteng, that's to Universitas Sulawesi Barat for institutional and research support. Thank you for presentation afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Evi Segarawati Ampri. You are clearly make exactly 10 minutes, which is lovely presentation. Okay, all of you then, I would like to thanks for all your participation and engagement in this international seminar. Anyhow, I would like to make sure that you fill out the attendance list because I saw that, okay, some of you, your list already filled out by your friend, it's okay too, but make sure you did fill out the list. And another announcement that actually your certificate will be sent to you directly today. Inshallah, it's been done. And of course, good luck for you. All success for all of us. Thanks so much for joining us. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, you may leave the room.
Thank you, moderator. I'm promised to live in this room soon.
Okay. Okay. Bye, everyone. I think everyone has given the presentation. Again, I really feel so proud to be with you. I'll end the session by closing. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, saya kira mungkin itu ya, dan mungkin kita lebih banyak langsung kerja. Sekarang sudah jam 3, mudah-mudahan selama 2 jam itu bisa kita menghasilkan. Dari saya cukup. Akhirnya, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik, terima kasih Bapak Profesor Ibrahim yang telah mengantarkan kita untuk melaksanakan kerja kelompok. Pertama, melihat dan menyusun kembali kurikulum administrasi pendidikan, manajemen pendidikan, dan manajemen jurusan dengan mengacu kepada kurikulum yang telah ada sebelumnya dan disesuaikan dengan Permendikti yang baru. Kemudian yang kedua adalah menyusun CPL yang juga dengan mengacu kepada CPL lama yang mungkin masih relevan, namun demikian tidak menutup kemungkinan dan itu yang diharapkan